Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi. Nice to see everyone. I wish we were in Elko. Would be fun to be in Elko, but right now we'll do this. So it's a little after 9. It's 9:02, and we'll call this Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting of Friday, August 14th to order. Could we do the Pledge of Allegiance first? And I think Commissioner Keel is going to lead us all.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Hmm.
I pledge allegiance to the flag,
Flag.
of the United States of
America,
and to the republic for which it
which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. And I want to welcome our new commissioners, Commissioner Shane Rogers and Commissioner Ron Perini. And while this is not an ideal situation in which to welcome you, I'm really excited to have you with us and looking forward to working with you over the next couple of years. So I think I can speak for all of us in welcoming you to the Board of Wildlife Commissioners.
Thank you.
You bet. You bet. We'll have some fun. We'll have some great work, but we'll have some fun. Uh-oh. Okay. Megan, could you please call the roll?
Vice Chairwoman East,
Here.
Commissioner Almberg. You guys might be on mute.
I think he might be on mute. I see him. There he is.
Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Caviglia,
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs,
Uh-oh. Did we lose her? I saw her.
Commissioner Keel,
Here,
Commissioner McNinch,
Here.
Commissioner Perini, Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Madam Vice Chair, are you guys getting kickback on your sound?
I think that's you, Commissioner McNinch. Every time you mute, it goes away, and when you unmute, it comes back. So I don't know if you're listening on 2 devices or one, but it seems to be coming from your location. You're muted.
I'm sorry. I'm going to try again.
Should we move forward or should we take a quick minute to get him connected properly, Tony?
I think he's just going to try to call right back in. I think if you want to go through the rest of the roll, I think there's a good chance he'll be back on, and we can at least complete that roll call. If he's not on by that time, then we can maybe take a break.
Okay. All right. So Megan, did you get all of the commissioners? I see now that Commissioner Hubbs has joined us.
I do see all of you guys here, so you're all attending.
Okay, great. And it says that we're also welcoming the county advisory boards. I believe that if they're on, they'll send us a chat. Is that correct?
If the county advisory boards are on, they can email the commission, the Wildlife Commission, and I'll take record of their attendance through that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, this is a little wonky, everybody. We're still trying to get used to this virtual stuff. Do we have Commissioner McNinch back?
Doesn't appear so yet.
Okay. Really don't want to move forward without him, but if we have to, we have to.
There we go. He's back.
Is he back? There he is. Commissioner McNinch, can you unmute and try it again?
Yeah, I apologize. I've been able to hear you guys the whole time, but I haven't been able to, I think I got into the system twice is what happened somewhere. But
Okay,
I think I'm okay now.
great. I'm happy to see you. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, so we've done our first agenda item. I think we're all set now. So we'll move on to agenda item number 2, election of officers for possible action. In accordance with Commission Policy Number 1, the commission will elect a chairman and vice chairman. So do I have nominations for chairman? Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, Madam Vice Chairman, I would like to nominate Commissioner East for the position of chairwoman.
Okay, do I have any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we don't have to take this out to public comment, do we?
No.
No, okay. Thank you, Craig. Okay, so seeing, okay, thank you. I have a nomination from Commissioner Barnes and a second from Commissioner Hubbs to nominate Tiffany East as chairman. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I'm a little nervous this morning, but we'll get through this. Okay, and now I need nominations for vice chair. And I would like to nominate Commissioner Barnes for vice chair. Do I have a second or any other nominations? Commissioner Alberg? Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner East and a second by Commissioner Alberg for Commission Chairman, Vice Chairman Tom Barnes. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Hard stuff is over with. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 3, approval of the agenda. Chairman for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. I don't believe we have any changes to the agenda. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chairwoman East, I will make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner McNinch and a second from Vice Chair Barnes to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hand. All those opposed? Great, motion carries. Approval of the minutes, agenda item number 4, Chairman for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the June 26 and 27, 2020 meeting. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Do we have any changes to the minutes? I have a couple, so if Commissioner Hubbs, did you have changes? No, okay. Anyone else? Okay, I just have 2 on page 16. Actually, I apologize. It's on page 4. Down under the Chairman Johnston's comments for the Wayne Kirch Award, there looks like there's about halfway down at the end of the sentence that starts the daughter of former Commissioner Wayne Kirch and 4 cab members or outdoor. I think that should say groups, not GER. So if we could adjust that. And then on page 6, the first full paragraph, or the second paragraph, I guess it is. Okay, does. We just have a grammatical error there. Commissioner Hubbs inquired. If you come down to the is, I think the is in the second line should be removed. And then on page, I think it was 16, where I said, Madam Vice Chairwoman East, I think stated should be removed. So it reads clarified. And then I would like to just state that I believe I meant that that the wrong information hadn't been given, but that the organization may have accessed the wrong information. So if I can get those changes made, I'd like to have that done. Any other suggestions?
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, and sorry, I think I called you Vice Chairwoman still last time, but we'll get used to it. Just a little change. So, Madam Chairwoman, I've got a couple of changes on page 17 under D. Discussion ensued between Commissioner Valentine. On the second line there, it's there are no open projects within a fiscal year that could take and I believe that was intended to be reallocation instead of relocation.
Okay.
And then I've got a couple more here that probably a little more substantive, and I wish I didn't have a chance to go back to see who made the motions exactly, but we'll note them here. On page 26, the motion that's presented on page 26, it has me as the motion maker and the second.
Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Okay.
And I just didn't take the time to go in and clean that up. But if we could get a look at that one, and then I had one additional one.
Okay.
I have to find it real quick. And then on page 34, the motion that's presented on page 34, it doesn't mention who the second was. That one may have been me, but I don't recall. So we'll have to, if we could just get those included, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you. I agree. Any other suggested changes? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve minutes with changes?
Madam Chairwoman, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for the June 26th and 27th. I'm sorry, the minutes for the June 26th and 27th, 2020 meeting as presented with the revisions and clarifications as noted.
Second that.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner McNinch and a second from Commissioner Hubbs to approve the minutes from the June 26 and 27, 2020 meeting with changes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Member announcements and correspondence from the chairman. Informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the, oh shoot, you know what, let me back up. I apologize. We did not convene for public comment on agenda item number 4. It was for possible action. My apologies. So why don't we take a 3-minute break and allow for public comment on the approval of the minutes, and we'll have to go back and make certain that we do this correctly. Robert's Rules of Order.
That's fine, Chairwoman East. We can just redo it.
Okay, so we'll just convene for 3 minutes. So we'll return at 9:20. Thank you, everyone. Okay, if I can call everyone back, please. It's 9:21. I didn't see any public comment, so let's retake that vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just going to raise my hand when I have to speak, I think to flag attention, but I just reached out. I don't have the link to the Google Share Docs. Is that something I should have been sent, or should I know to, is it already in my Google Docs? I just want to make sure I have access during our meeting.
No, my understanding, Commissioner Hubbs, is that our public comment will be listed in the chat box at the bottom of the screen. And
Okay.
Megan will list any public comment there, and we'll read it into the record from when we come back.
Okay, very good. I didn't understand that, so I just wanted to make sure I missed something. Thank you very much.
You bet, my pleasure. Okay. Commissioner McNinch, would you like to restate your motion, please?
Sure, Madam Chair, the Chairwoman. I would make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the June 26, 2020 meeting as presented with the revisions and clarifications as noted.
Thank you. Do I
Second
have a
that.
second?
I will
Thank you.
second that.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve the minutes of the June 26 and 27 meeting with the items noted for changes. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Okay, agenda item number 5, member announcements and items and correspondence, chairman informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. I received 2 pieces of correspondence. I believe the commission did as well. All of the other commissioners did as well regarding an later agenda item for today. Anybody else have correspondence that they'd like to note or member items? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 6.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes.
The department did not receive any additional correspondence other than the 2 that you referenced. We did ensure that that was received by all the commissioners. I did also under this item is included announcements, and I did want to spend just a couple minutes welcoming our new commissioners. But first, congratulating you in your reappointment, and just read a couple excerpts from a forthcoming press release that I'd like to share. Commissioner East, congratulations on your reappointment. You've been a member of the commission since 2017. You are the first female sportsman's representative, the first female vice chair, and now the first female chair, and also the first woman to chair the commission's legislative committee. So congratulations on that. Ron Perini, congratulations on your appointment as well. You recently retired from a distinguished 45-year career in law enforcement, including serving 21 years as the Douglas County Sheriff. You started your career in Carson City as a deputy in 1973 after graduating from University of Nevada, Reno with a degree in criminal justice. Also served on the Peace Officers Standards Training Commission for 16 years, including 12 as a chairman. Your appointment comes as no surprise. You've long been a supporter and an advocate for wildlife conservation. Your years teaching hunter safety and ethics, along with your volunteer work in Operation Game Thief and the Carson Valley Chucker Foundation, led the commission to award you the Wayne E. Kirch Conservation Award earlier this year at our meeting in June in Yerington. Congratulations on your appointment. Welcome. And Mr. Rogers has a strong background in conservation as well. As an avid sportsman, he's a life member of the Las Vegas-based Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn, Nevada's oldest conservation organization, as well as a life member of the Wild Sheep Foundation. Mr. Rogers has served as a member of the board of directors for the fraternity, as well as the organization's treasurer. He's also volunteered countless hours on wildlife and habitat projects. A longtime Las Vegas resident, Mr. Rogers graduated from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas with a degree in finance before embarking on a distinguished career in the banking industry, including currently working for City National Bank as a senior vice president and market leader for their private bank in Las Vegas. He's also served as senior vice president and director of national wealth sales for Mutual of Omaha Bank. I just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity under this agenda item to congratulate you, Chairman East, and welcome and congratulate and highlight our two newest members. So congratulations, Commissioner Perini, and congratulations, Commissioner Rogers, and welcome to the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Wasley. Any other commission agenda or comments? Commissioner Hubbs?
Obviously, I just wanted to say congratulations. I should say Chairwoman East. I'm extremely excited that you got this position on our board, and I think you're going to do a great job. And I also wanted to welcome our two new board members and obviously reach out to Shane Rogers. I believe he is down in Las Vegas, and I'm here if you'd ever like to meet up and talk about the commission, and just welcome you both aboard.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Commissioner Hubbs. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 6. County Advisory Boards to manage wildlife. Member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items at wildlifecommission@ndow.org. These comments will be shared with the commission. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So I believe that we all received the information, the meeting minutes and or action reports from the CABs, and I don't see that we need to do anything at the moment with this. So we'll move on to agenda item number 7. Shakir Safari Club International Officer of the Year Award. This is one of my favorite, besides the Conservation Spotlight, Partner Spotlight, this is one of my favorites. And I really appreciate, I think we all do, the Shakir Safari's recognition of one of our outstanding game wardens. So Shakir Safari Club International Officer of the Year Award, Game Warden, Captain Mike Maynard, informational. This award is to recognize one wildlife officer from Nevada that has shown exemplary conduct and initiative in the performance of his or her duties. So we'll be hearing first from Captain Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Chief Mike Maynard for the record. I'd like to say a few words about this year's Shakir Safari and Game Warden of the Year, Ryan Drew, followed by Captain Brian Eller reading the official letter that we submitted to Shakir Safari, and then Shakir Safari Representative Gunnar Klar will have some words after that. Ryan has been an outstanding officer. He's one of the most proactive wardens we have, and I really appreciate the input I've received from him over the years. He's been an outstanding member of the team, consummate professional. He's not afraid to ask very respectfully the difficult questions. And he's shown his proactive tendencies in every aspect of his job. And he's most certainly, one of our most proactive individuals, and I'm honored to have him in our division. So with that, I'd like Captain Eller, who is the overseer of the Wildlife Enforcement Program with the Division of Law Enforcement, to read the official letter that went to Shakir Safari. Thank you.
I'll just adjust my camera a little bit. Brian Eller, Game Warden Captain for the record, and I'd like to thank the commission for allowing us to present this award here at the commission meeting. I'll go ahead and read, this is the nomination letter that was written by Ryan's peers to nominate him for the Game Warden of the Year award. Ryan has always strived to be the best, to do the best work he can and be as productive as possible. Ryan covers a large patrol area, including the busiest recreational reservoir in the area out at Lahontan Reservoir. During the boating season, Ryan was responsible for saving lives by arresting multiple operators under the influence of alcohol, as well as arresting wanted individuals with warrants. Ryan worked tirelessly on a difficult lake, writing several tickets and further enhancing the safety of the boating public. Ryan was also responsible for assisting with and working several vessel accidents, including fatalities. Ryan is also charged with our buoy upkeep and placement of buoys on several lakes in the western region of the state. That's one of the jobs that no one wants, but Ryan took on the job of placing the buoys to keep the boating safe, the public safe. In the wildlife arena, Ryan has worked several unlawful kills of big game animals in his area of patrol and outside of his patrol area, covering for a vacant position. In addition to his own cases, Ryan is always assisting other wardens by helping on patrols, warrants, surveillance, and more. He has made his name known in his patrol area where hunters will contact him and report themselves for unlawful taking wildlife. Hunters know they will be treated fairly by him. He also has one of the largest waterfowl areas in the state and splits his days to help cover the heavy waterfowl use areas. He spends long hours and days patrolling his area for traps and trappers during the trapping season. He is often called out to help release mountain lions out of traps in his area and assisting other wardens in this duty in neighboring patrol areas. Along with Ryan's regular duties, he has taken on the task of being a firearms instructor. Over the past 3 years of his instructorship, he has grown into a very good instructor, not only demonstrating that he knows what he is teaching, but can effectively communicate the skills to both tenured and new hired wardens of all skill levels. Ryan is one not to sit around and watch others do something and not chip in to get the job done. For all Ryan's skills, he remains humble. Ryan Drew is an example of what new game wardens should strive for. For those reasons and more, Ryan Drew was Nevada's Game Warden of the Year for 2019. That was the letter that nominated him for the award.
Thank you, Captain Eller. That's really nice. I can't wait to hear from Mr. Drew. Mr. Gunner, Gunner Clark.
Nope, I'm sorry. If I can, I'd like to introduce Mr. Clark. He is actually the president of the Shikar Safari International Club. And he's probably going to talk about the award and what it's for. And if I got a second with the camera, I have the award with me. I'd like to just show a picture of it.
That would be great.
Just so you can see what it comes with. You can see it. He gets this nice plaque. This is all provided by Shikar Safari. And comes with this nice pewter plate.
Very nice.
That was it for me.
Okay, thank you, Captain Eller.
Yeah.
Gunner, would you like to speak?
Yes, it'd be my pleasure. My name is Gunner Clark. As was mentioned, I am president of the Shikar Safari Club International. It's my pleasure to address you today, briefly tell you about the award and a little bit of history of the Shikar Safari Club International Club. We were founded in 1952 by a group of like-minded individuals who were dedicated to preserving our natural resources through sportsmanship and conservation so that future generations might enjoy what the past has entrusted to our care. But soon after forming in the 50s, we realized that something could be done to better help the passion that we all have for conservation. So in 1973, that was before I was born, by the way, the Shikar Safari Club International Foundation was formed for the purpose of improvement of wildlife conservation and habitat around the world with balanced game management through the Shikar Safari Club International financial support. So from endangered species, wildlife disease research, training underprivileged inner kids for outdoor skills, anti-poaching efforts, the relocation of threatened wildlife and scholarships for students in game management and financial support of state game agencies. That's who we are, and that's why we're gathered here today. But then it became apparent to us that there's a group of men and women who daily risk their lives, not only for the natural resources that we all hold so near and dear to our hearts, but for the wildlife and their habitat. But more importantly, these individuals who are out there to protect you and I, the citizens of this state, as we enjoy these outdoor pursuits and the necessary education that goes with this pursuit. So the Wildlife Officer of the Year Award was started in order to recognize these brave men and women in uniform who go above and beyond their call of duty to teach, train, guard, and protect. So this award is really special. It's given in all 50 states and in every Canadian province. One officer is selected in each state and province to receive this prestigious award. Now, to be selected among the men and women for this award, it's not a group of us who decide this, but they are chosen from a group of their peers, which makes this award even more special. So it is my pleasure today to be with you and to give you this award, as you can see here, to Officer Ryan Drew for his outstanding leadership in the area of wildlife conservation. So thank you very much. Sorry we can't be there in person, but we're still very glad to be part of this great celebration and honor.
Thank you, Gunnar, and thank you to Shikar Safari. Mr. Drew. Oh,
Okay.
yes, Captain Eller.
Can I just jump in just a second, Madam Chair?
Of course.
I forgot to mention one thing that the Shikar Safari Club International does for the person that wins this award. They also have a life insurance policy that they put in his name for in case something happens to him or he's killed in the line of duty. So they have a have a $20,000 insurance policy that would go to his state in case of anything that happens to him. So I think it's really something that people need to know about the Shikar Safari Club International, that they do stuff like that.
Yes, I would agree. Thank you, Captain Eller. Mr. Drew, would you like to say a few words?
I'm not one to speak a whole lot, but I just want to reach out and say thank you to everybody for the kind words and recognition. I don't do this for the recognition. I want to be a Nevada game warden for over a decade. So once I finally got the opportunity to do it, I just strive to do the absolute best I can for Nevada's wildlife, as well as my fellow conservation officers I work with and Nevada Department of Wildlife employees in general, because I feel like we need to have that family element to be successful. So I want to contribute to that. So that's what I try to do day to day. So I just want to say thank you all again.
Well, congratulations and thank you for your service to the state and to our wildlife and our department. I think, appreciate you. Does anyone else have any words for Mr. Drew?
Can I say something?
Commissioner Perini, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to thank you very much for the work you worked in law enforcement. We used you for a lot of years with Department of Wildlife, working back and forth at the times we need to work together. But one of the things we really appreciated was the fact that you do an outstanding job and the rest of them do all the time with us. We can't live without having more people like this all the time because we need them every minute we can. And, you know, I think one thing that we ought to say a lot about is that you get an award, God bless you for that. And that's something you've done a really great job. And as the years go, you're going to remember that and never forget that. One thing we want from you is not to be hurt. We don't want you to go home with have problems, you know, or something happens bad for you. So congratulations and good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I don't see any other comments. So thank you, Mr. Drew. Thank you to Shakar and to Captain Eller and Chief Maynard. I just got a text from a cab member that said that he did send an emergent item. So I just want to check with staff to make sure that they're getting those emails. I didn't see anything. Oh, here it is.
Added it into the chat.
Okay. Do we need to read at this point, or can we revisit? Do we need to revisit it at some later?
This is Craig Burkett. You have the right to take agenda items out of order. You already went through cab items. You could just revisit that if you choose to do so at this time, or you could alternatively bring it up at the conclusion of the meeting, whatever you would like to do.
Okay, I don't want to forget about it. So let me read it into the record before we move on to agenda item number 8. So this would be from Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Chairwoman East and Commission. First of all, congratulations, Chairwoman East, on your election as the first woman elected to this position. We look forward to your contributions and leadership over the next few years. At our CAB meeting, there was considerable amount of concern regarding the rampant theft and destruction of game cams and hunting blinds. You can just look at social media to see how many hunters are having their property stolen and destroyed by other hunters and guides. It was suggested that stiffer penalties could be given to hunters and guides that are caught doing this illegal activity. The suggestion of 6 to 12 demerits was proposed upon conviction and loss of the guide's license if it was a guide caught vandalizing. This would hopefully reduce the prevalence of this illegal activity and protect hunters while enjoying their hunt. Thank you. Okay, thank you to Washoe Cab. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 8, Regulation Simplification Committee Report, Commissioner Tiffany East, informational. A report will be given on the committee's recent meeting held on July 7th, 2020. So we did meet, Commissioner Caviglia and I are the 2 members currently on the Regulation Simplification Committee. A little background before I dive into the report, which is actually fairly short, given that we're going to hear a revised regulation shortly. The Regulation Simplification Committee was formed after former Chairman Brad Johnston expressed his desire to clean up the wildlife chapters of the Nevada Administrative Code. State agencies are required to review their NAC chapters every 10 years. So we did meet in July, and the department provided us a list of the NAC regulations by chapter, and we determined that we would address the list as follows. Chapter 488 addresses watercraft, and we'll discuss Regulation 493 in just a few minutes. Chapters 501, Administrative and Enforcement of Wildlife Laws, and Chapter 502, Wildlife Licenses, Tags, and Permits will be reviewed by the committee in August/September. We have not scheduled that meeting yet. Chapter 503, Hunting, Fishing, and Trapping will be reviewed by the committee in October. And 504, Wildlife Management and Propagation will be reviewed by the committee in November. With the legislative session drawing near, we may not see changes to our regulations as we send them over to LCB for cleanup and advisory capacity. But we want to keep going with this so that we meet those deadlines and stay up to date on our regs. Ms. Taylor, do you have anything to add to the report?
Nope, you covered everything that I was going to add.
Oh, great. Yay. Okay, thanks. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, seeing none, we will dive into agenda item 9, which is Commission General Regulation Workshop, public comment allowed. Commission General Regulation 493, NAC 488, simplification, Management Analyst Kaylee Taylor for possible action. The Commission will review the Regulation Simplification Committee's recommendations regarding language updates and simplification of Nevada Administrative Code, NAC 488, relating to watercrafts. Once the Commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the Commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. So CGR 493 is the regulation the department is putting forward to clean up language in NAC 488 as part of the regulation simplification process previously mentioned. This cleanup was done in order to match NAC language to Coast Guard regulation. Some changes include changing the word life preserver to life jacket, as well as a few other minor details. I believe Captain Brian Bowles is on with a PowerPoint as well to describe some of those changes in greater detail and visually give you guys an idea of what the Coast Guard is changing. And then we are both available for any questions also.
Okay, thank you. And you said Captain Bowles. There he is, Bowles.
Hello, Madam Chairwoman and distinguished committee members. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I can show to you. I'm not entirely sure if I have the permissions to share my screen at this time. If Eric is on, actually.
Mr. Duggar, can you assist?
Yes, he should be able to.
Thank you.
Okay, my apologies. I'm not seeing the controls. Is it on the bottom of the screen?
Yes, it's a green button. It just says share screen.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Okay. So we have some proposed changes to NAC 488. And like Ms. Taylor said, they revolve around cleaning up some language and modernizing it. Currently, the types of life jackets and their terminology is always referred to their types, type 1s, type 2s, and type 3s. NAC 488 is full of those kind of references, as are some sections of the Nevada revised statutes. However, the Coast Guard is modernized and is going away from this type of terminology to phase it into new types of labels that are more heavily reliant on icons and visual cues as opposed to language, so that these types of labels can be utilized and understood throughout the world as being a approved life jacket or personal flotation device. This is what the new icons will look like as they come out. Life jackets and personal flotation devices will still go through the same rigorous Coast Guard approval process. However, it will just look a little different on the inside. We just seek to make the necessary changes in NAC 488 in order to modernize that language and take all reference to type 1s, type 2s, type 3s out, so that it is a little bit more in keeping with how these are going to be labeled in the future. Also, you'll see a small notation in, one of the chapters regarding fees for boating education cards. We're requesting to remove the words or no fee. The reason for that is we hand out the Boat Nevada hard copy of our boater education course for production of a boater education card, which is required. However, with changing times and modernization, we've been able to put that entire boater education book online in a PDF version, which we offer for free. As times change and people request less and less of the hard copy of the boater handbooks, we've seen our costs rise for handing out that hard copy material. Because of the language currently in 488, where we are required to produce the boater education card with no fee, it has long been the department's interpretation that we also had to produce the study and correspondence course hard copy material with no fee. As we will commit to never wanting to charge a fee for production of a boater education card for any of the other avenues with which you can get one, including the PDF version of our correspondence course online, and our vendors who, we have one vendor that actually offers a free course, along with our other vendors that have enhanced courses for a fee. But the department wishes to create a cost neutral situation with handing out of our boater education books. In 2019, it cost us $3.16 per book for a total cost of just under $10,000 on the year. However, we would only receive a return of about 1 in every 6 books with a completed hard copy test, which cost the department roughly $19 for every return test. To put that into perspective, in the same year, we produced 2,206 boater education cards from all different avenues, which only cost the department $4,000. So what we would propose by removal of this language is not to immediately create a fee for handing over a hard copy version of the boater education booklet and correspondence course, but just to have that option should costs start to increase beyond which the department considers reasonable, and hopefully make that small transaction a little bit more cost neutral, while always committing to maintaining the online PDF versions of this correspondence course and the actual production of the card for free, as has always been the case. We also seek a change in small language regarding maps of sufficient detail for marine events. As the NAC currently reads, we allow a diagram, and what that is produced in some cases is things like you see on the screen, where sometimes we'll get very rough diagrams that are acceptable by regulation, but the department would want the authority to look at some of these submissions and say, you know what, that just does not give us the opportunity to adequately understand where it is that you intend to put buoys out for your marine event. With the advent of Google Maps and Google Earth and other mapping programs that are free and easy online, it is very, very simple to give us a detailed map of sufficient detail to allow us to initially do a good review and determine whether the proposed buoy plan meets our requirements for keeping the public safe. There's some other language about changing marine events, speaking about double units on the water. Currently, if you apply for a marine event and it is determined that only one protection unit, which is currently defined as one warden, one truck, and or one vessel, that will not be charged. And what we're finding is that often we will get marine events intimating to the department that their event is small, when in fact we do arrive on scene and it's larger and would need more protection units on scene. As we are often required to send more personnel on scene, the way the language is currently written, it still only counts as one unit when the department is bearing the cost of paying often overtime to 2 persons when we're only being asked to receive cost compensation from only 1 unit. And so that's why the language changes there. And lastly, there is some cleanup to merge the NAC language with regards to the thresholds, the property damage thresholds for reporting of a marine casualty event, from $500 as it currently reads to $2,000, which is a mirror of the Code of Federal Regulation that is a reportable event according to the Coast Guard. As circumstances are, the NASBLA and The United States Coast Guard is actually going to be soon advising for an increase of this number as well. So in years to come, we may be having this discussion again as the federal entities may even raise this 2,000 further, but we would like to bring the NAC up into compliance with the current Code of Federal Regulation in this area. And that is all I have. I'm open for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Captain Bowles. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Ollenberg.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a really tough time here. I'm getting bits and pieces, and maybe you guys will be the same with me. I'm going to be moving, so if you lose me, I will try to be back. I'm going to try to get a better connection. But I do have some questions in this. We have this NAC 49495 shows up twice, once on page 3 and once on page 5. On page 3, there's some edits. We changed the diagram to a sufficient detail. And then on page 5, when it shows back up, those edits aren't. So I'm assuming that the edits on page 3 is what we're intending to do.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner Allenberg. I apologize. I didn't combine those two, but the one change on the second page of that same regulation will be combined into the first one to incorporate both of those changes.
And I believe that second one that's on page 5, committee member, is just a removal of an address from subsection 7 that is not correct anymore.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Did that, let me go back to Commissioner Ollenberg. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Ollenberg?
It did.
Okay, great. Commissioner Hubbs?
Thank you. I just had a couple questions written down. One of the questions I had, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but this applies, it looks, to voters who were born after 1983. How does this work with people who take somebody else's vote out? You know what I'm saying? Does this only apply to the title holder of the boat, or what if there's they loan it out to the day for somebody who is a bit younger? That's what I'm thinking about.
Thank you for the question, committee member Hubbs. I'm assuming you're meaning the voter education card requirement?
Yes, who's required to do that? Can somebody, the title owner of the boat, I'm assuming, would have to take the voter education, but what if they lend it to their nephew who he likes to go boating and he tends to be younger? Does he have to get the voter education, or is he free to just use that boat?
The requirement is for the operator of the boat. So if someone were to lend their boat to their nephew, for example, the nephew would, if they are within the years that of birth where it's required, they would also have to have that voter education card requirement to operate the boat. Thank you.
Other issue, well, I had a couple more questions, but it seems like we're removing the type of the preserver to an appropriate size. And my only concern with that is somewhat vague. What is the appropriate size? How do we know who should be wearing what out on the water? And we had before, removing the type 1, type 2, type 3, 4, 5, and 5 again, it looks like. But I mean, those have explicit weights associated with them. And I'm just wondering if appropriate size, I mean, I'm assuming if they're taking voter education, they should know what the appropriate size is, but it's nice to have it. I mean, will that be hard to enforce if you're not specific about what this appropriate size is for body weight?
Thank you again, Committee Member Hubbs. I would answer that by saying that each one of the life jackets, as they are going to be produced with the new Coast Guard labeling, has a size and weight limit on the label itself. And so this will actually be easy for us to enforce in the field, because we will inspect the life jacket and the label itself, and we will then have available to us all of the persons on board to make sure that, for example, we don't have a bunch of adults on board with a bunch of child-size life jackets or vice versa. And we will be looking at those labels to see that they correspond with the appropriate passengers that are on board. So the language actually is going to appear on the labels itself, and we feel it's unnecessary to put that in the Nevada Administrative Code. We feel that having it to be vague gives the department and our officers the ability to use the language on the labels on scene to make that determination.
I mean, would you, I just wonder if we might consider saying that we appropriate size, meaning like the Coast Guard determination of what is appropriate or something. I don't know how specific we need to be, but if that's what you're going to use, you might want to say that. I don't know, even in a footnote. But I was also going to state too on when we were describing vessel, this is something that came up in the past, and I just wanted to touch base with the department on this. The use of paddle boards. Are we requiring life jackets now with paddle boards, or wasn't paddle boards, weren't they somewhat of an issue right now? Like they were kind of a gray area with requiring life jackets, or is that always required now?
Thank you, ma'am. They are not required to be worn while on board, but you are required to have one on board. The stowage certainly presents some challenge, but you are required to have one on board the same as any other vessel, as paddle boards are considered by definition to be a vessel.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Do we have, I'll bring it back. I guess since we don't have any other questions, we can take it out for public comment. Okay, so with that, it's 10:03. We'll reconvene at 10:10 for public comment. Thanks.
Well, just come knock. I'm taking notes and stuff, and I have that email pulled up also.
Okay, if everybody could get back. It's 10:10. Thank you. I don't see any public comments, so I'll bring it back to the commission for possible motion, action.
Can I add something really fast, Chairwoman East?
Oh, okay, Ms. Taylor.
I just wanted to let Commissioner Hubbs know that Captain Bowles and I are okay with adding some language after of an appropriate size and type for the person whom it is attended to mention the labeling.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs, does that work for you? It's not
That
back.
will work. No, I'm here. That will work.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I can't see everyone. Their videos are still off. So there we go. Hi. Okay, super. Great. So Ms. Taylor, do you need a motion or do you just want to take that direction and bring it back to us next meeting?
If you would like me to submit it to LCB as it is with the change by Commissioner Hubbs, then I believe we need a motion for that.
Okay, do I have a motion? I'll make the motion to submit the Commission General Regulation 493 with the suggested changes to LCB. Do we have a second?
Ron Prini, I do.
Great. I have a motion by Chairman East and a second by Commissioner Perini. Do I have all in favor? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Okay. In there.
Chairwoman East,
Yes, Secretary
if I might-
Wasley.
If I might just speak briefly in a very broad and general sense to that agenda item number 9, as well as number 8 and the regulation simplification process or amendment process. I would just like to I don't know, maybe kind of achieve some broad awareness, not only to the commission, but certainly those cabs and other interested parties that are viewing the commission meeting about the process. And oftentimes I think the tendency is to oversimplify in our minds what this process looks like. And sometimes that leads to unrealistic expectations in terms of the timeline and the process to simplify these regulations. We're now in a window of time where any regulations that come forward automatically are considered temporary regulations because we're within a window of an upcoming legislative session. And so I really appreciate what you said earlier, Chairman East, about, we're going to go ahead and go through this, recognizing that it may be some time before these changes can be adopted. But this is a fairly lengthy and cumbersome process that requires, certainly us vetting these ideas and concepts through the commission, getting public input, taking that language to LCB, the Legislative Council Bureau, making those changes, accepting those changes. And many of those changes, if they are to occur in this window of time, will be temporary and will need to be acted on, subsequent to adoption as a temporary regulation. And so to make them permanent regulations, in some instances, it may be better to actually postpone adoption as we go through the simplification process. It may be better to deal with it once and for all than to have a temporary regulation. Others, it may be better to have it acted upon sooner and actually go through that process twice. But I just am asking, I guess, for everybody to understand that this process is far more complicated than what many people wish it was, and that than what would make it easier for all of us. So I just am asking for some understanding and patience as we go through this, and understanding that it is a fairly cumbersome process. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Wasley. And I think the Regulation Simplification Committee can take a look at some of those that maybe we don't need to make the changes right away, or maybe we just need to wait to bring them back to the commission. So if there's, Ms. Taylor, if there's any of those that you feel like we don't really need to act on immediately, we'll work through that with the committee.
Yes, that's fine. And I planned on the ones that you guys don't feel the need for a temporary regulation. I just planned on submitting as a regular one. They'll get to obviously when they have time. As I said previously, I don't believe that it will be before the next session is over, but that's okay.
Agreed. I think the process is a good one, though. Okay, moving on to Commission General Regulation 10A. Commission General Regulation 490, party bonus points and first come, first serve LCB file number 103-19. Data and Technology Services Administrator Kim Munoz and Management Analyst Kaylee Taylor for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting a regulation relating to amending Chapter 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code, NAC. This regulation would allow children under 12 to purchase a bonus point if they turn 12 before the first day of the last of the season for that species. The regulation also addresses bonus points for sportsmen who apply as a party. Lastly, the regulation would allow a first come, first serve opportunity for return tags that miss the 14-day deadline. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking action. Ms. Munoz.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. For the record, Kimberly Munoz, the Division Chief of Data and Technology Services, and I am going to present to you Commission General Regulation 490 for consideration of adoption. Let me share my screen. So just to recap, we have workshopped this item already twice. It's got the 5 items that you reviewed: the youth bonus points, military bonus points, 1 license equals 1 bonus point, party bonus points, and first come, first serve. The youth bonus points would allow children 11 to apply for a bonus point as long as they turn 12 before the commencement of the last season of the species in which they're applying for their points. We are just truing this particular regulation up with if the youth are 11 and they're actually applying to hunt. Right now they can do this. They have to turn 12 before the commencement of the last season for the species they are hunting, but for bonus points they cannot. So we want to true that up. We also want to make sure that we close some gaps that are in the regulations so that 1 license equals 1 bonus point for a specific species. We want to give military who have been deployed for 2 consecutive years the ability to get their bonus points back if they come and say that they've been deployed out of the country and were unable to apply during that deployment time. We want to also close a gap in the regulation that people with party bonus points have to return all party tags in order for bonus points to be restored, and not just one member of the party returning their tag and getting their points restored. And lastly, the first come, first serve. Any tags that are returned within the 14-day calendar before the season starts would be placed into a queue and allow the agency to provide them to clients on a first come, first serve basis that they can grab them and pick them up. And I will just add a note on this right now, little statistics that we have from the 2020 tags. I'll stop sharing my screen. So far, we have had 750 tags returned from this particular season. 358 of them have gone to alternates. 392 have not. So those 392 will go unused this year. That is 47% of our tags that have been returned so far this year. So we would like to get those into the hands of hunters. So I will now open it up to any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions from the commission for Ms. Munoz? Commissioner Almberg?
Yes, I haven't quite grasped the reason that we can't dig deeper into the alternative list because of the essence of time. I'm not so sure I understand why it costs us so much more time in this 2-week window. Maybe you can help me understand. I know that you said it wouldn't be advantageous, but I just don't quite grasp why there's such a time lag and why we can't go further down the alternate list in this 14-day window.
Sure, I'll take a stab at that. So one of the things that I've mentioned prior is the number of people that actually check that alternate box. In the last week, we have had 2 mule deer tags returned, and they've gone to a particular party member and another member of the party. We've gotten calls to say, you know, Johnny just got a mule deer tag and I was a member of his party and I didn't get one. What happened? And every time we do that research, the second member of that party did not check to be an alternate. So the problem is with the number of alternates, that alternate list that we have, is people aren't checking the box to be an alternate and they're being skipped, basically. So this, and I will share a screen because we did talk about like the user experience of the system in the past. And I put this together. So let me share this back. So this is the way that it looks currently, is when you go to apply for the draw, you have to check this box here to be an alternate. And it would be an alternate for the first choice of that particular hunt that you're doing. If we were to add a second screen, it's already confusing for people. So if we were to add a second box, it would look something like that. I just feel that the user experience on that is going to even further complicate what is an alternate versus what is a last minute alternate. And then I have a quote from Elon Musk. So this is a little bit about user experience, the overall experience of how a person is using a product, such as a website, a computer application, and how easy it is and how pleasing it is. And basically, Elon Musk says if it needs a manual, it's broken. So the queue, if you think about like the last minute availability, we do it for travel, right? These are last minute deals for travel. We do it for tickets if everything were open and it wasn't COVID time. If we were in Vegas and we wanted tickets to a show, you've got a last minute place that you can go there and just get whatever tickets are kind of left over for tonight's show at, you know, one of the casinos. That is the premise in which we're doing these last minute tags. It's like, I'm available to hunt right now. What tags are available last minute that I can go and pick up? Versus if I check that alternate box back in May and the hunt's not until November, the way that the system works is as soon as that tag's returned, it looks at the lowest draw number and it automatically issues that tag to that next lowest draw number. Your card is charged at that time, regardless of the fact of whether you're now available to hunt it or not. And if your circumstances have changed in that last 5-month window since you checked that box. So that's the concept that we're trying to get to with this last minute, first come, first serve. Did I answer your question?
Are you good, Commissioner Almberg? You have another question?
Well, just a comment. I mean, I certainly am on board in getting these 392 tags into the hands of consumers that would want to use them. But I still have a hard time abandoning the alternate list there because of lack of educating people on what the alternate is. I didn't hear, I guess, in that is that it's going to cost us more time. If that additional box was checked, I'm fully aware that I'm not going to get much notice on this. I'm within my 14-day window, and if I get it, it's an automatic thing. There's no backing out. It's just gone. And so I accept that when I check that box at the time I apply. But I didn't hear that it was going to cost us more time. You know, I think before we heard, or maybe I understood, that it was going to take more time to go through an alternate list in this 14 days. But that, unless I missed something again, I didn't hear that. I heard that it was a convenience or a misunderstanding of what I'm being asked. And I think that can be overcome through education.
Chairman East, Jack Robb for the
Yes.
record, if I may.
Mhm.
When this return a tag and alternate process came into being, there was quite a discussion amongst the TAC committee and the commission at the time on when that window closed. And there was an argument that the window should close the day before the season, and there should be a deadline to return a tag in July to give people time to plan for an upcoming hunt. It was settled upon that 14 days was as little notice as we would give a sportsman to make sure they can get in the field. And that has been practiced since 2011, 2012, that 14-day window. If a tag comes in 16 days prior, a lot of times we don't have time to process it and notify somebody within 14 days. So something 14, 15, 16 days comes in, that tag doesn't get reissued. But we're not seeing a lot of tags come in that 14, 15, 16 day time frame. A lot of these tags come in the last 2-3 days and the last day. We have people run into the office on a regular basis at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And we have hunts that are starting. We, through this process of first come, first serve, we want to be able to issue tags for hunts that have already started. We've had Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep returned in a time frame that was not able to be put back out into the system. We have multiple desert Bighorn sheep returned every year that are not in time to put back out into the system. I myself, if you told me I had 5 days left on the desert Bighorn sheep tag, I'd probably take it, but not everybody's in that situation. And we're trying to get these tags into the hands of the hunting public. And the process we have now is not working. We had over 900 tags out of 30,000 tags not get used last year because of these scenarios. We also have tags that there are not alternates for because nobody checks the box to be an alternate and it be their first choice. Maybe they had it and choice 3, 4, 5, an archery elk tag, cow elk tag in a certain unit. Maybe nobody picked that as their first choice. So at the current time, a lot of those tags go unused because we do not have a single alternate at that point to give that tag to, even outside the 14-day window. A good number of tags fall into that criteria. I hope that answered your question, Commissioner Allenberg, a little better.
And I'll just give a little bit more statistics on what Jack was saying. Only 15% of our applications this season were marked alternate. So that's only 56,000 of 360,000 applications that we got. Only 15% of them had the alternate checked. So again, we've already this season alone, we had 392 tags come back that there are no alternates. So there's no list to exhaust. We've issued 358 of those tags that have come back to the alternates. So all we want to do is give a queue that the hunters can come to and pick up these 392 tags that there's nobody to give them to.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Munoz. Commissioner Rogers. Oh, let me go to Secretary Wasley first, Commissioner Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. I think what we're trying to do, and I certainly understand Commissioner Almberg, the idea of us educating sportsmen as far as the opportunities and having a second box. But the scenario that Deputy Director Rob referenced, where if he was provided an opportunity to take a desert sheep tag with 5 days left in the season, he would do it. This kind of speaks to the magnitude of variation in scenarios that could occur. And by us creating the opportunity, but letting sportsmen and women decide, if they want to do that with 5 days left in the season, or if they have the vacation, then we don't have to paint them into one box to check and only, comply with one scenario, which is where we already are right now when it's that 14 days. If people don't want 14 days, it's either yes or no. And only 15% of our applicants are selecting that as a yes. But if we had an opportunity where people could make that decision for themselves, whether it's 5 days left in the season or 5 days before the season or 2 days into the season, then we're not trying to use one box to define that huge range of situations that everybody may find themselves in. And we're also getting those nearly 1,000 tags back into the field and presenting that opportunity clearly for which there's a demand.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Wasley. Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, just a couple of things. So all of these tags you're talking about on a first come, first serve, that's for all species of big game in Nevada?
Yes.
Okay. Easy enough. And then also, I do tend to agree with Commissioner Almberg in the sense that, it does tend to lend itself back to an educational piece with the alternate, because clearly in selecting that alternate, speaking for myself personally, and checking that box, knowing full well that there may be an extended period of time, there may be a very short period of time or window. So again, I just wonder if that correlation is the fact that people really truly don't understand what selecting that alternate during that application process really means.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Commissioner Keel, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for Ms. Munoz. So prior to the 14-day window, if there's a issuance of a return tag to an alternate, are we having alternates then return that tag back in any material fashion?
I don't know that we're tracking that, meaning if it's been returned more, the same tag's been returned more than once. Is that the question that you're asking?
Correct.
I would have to go look and do some statistics on that. I don't know that we're specifically tracking that.
Madam Chair, if I might, I think probably our biggest challenge is the number of tags that are returned within that 14-day window. And so, if we draw a second line, then the question becomes, where do we draw that line? And then is there a desire to have a third line, and where do we draw that line? And at some point, it may be in the best interest of sportsmen and women to let them choose whether or not they're willing to take a tag halfway through a season. And so, we're trying to present, right now we have one option, and that's 14 days, 15, 16 days. Any tag that comes in after that, we cannot reissue, and the majority of those tags are coming in after that. So we could educate and draw a second line, within 2 days. But then is there a portion of those tags that we don't get out there, and then we need to draw a third line that's the first 5 days of a hunt, and so we're chasing something that we may never catch.
Agreed. Okay, I have a couple of. Oh yes, yes, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Jack. Okay, hi, Jack.
Jack Graw for the record. We realize as an agency that this might not be perfect. but we're trying to make progress. We're not trying to do something perfect. We'd like to make it perfect, but with whether it's shed hunting, trail cams, or anything, we set a regulation and then we review those regulations after we put them into practice and adapt them to what we're seeing people do. We're continuing to refine things. And this is a refinement to get more people into the field. We may go a total different direction in a year or two after we try this out, but we truly believe that we need to get more people in the field. These tags are sitting at home. 11 desert bighorn sheep tags were returned last year and only a portion of them were reissued. When Rocky tags don't get reissued, when those things happen, we need to do better than that. And this is an avenue we're going to try. If it doesn't work, we'll retool and try another option.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Not specifically, but pretty close. I have a couple of questions for Ms. Munoz. Kim, will there be, and you've probably suggested this or stated this, but will there be notification to the sportsmen that there are tags available? So all sportsmen will get an email or a text or something that says there are tags available. You have this much time to claim it or purchase a tag, or how will that notification go? I don't recall that.
I don't recall that we specifically talked about campaigning this. We would have to get together as a department and discuss how we're going to market. Obviously, it's not going to be for the 2020 season. This would be something that we need to put into place for the 2021 season.
Right.
But we would get together to determine how we market this cue.
Okay. And then I did get a call yesterday from someone who was asking for a friend that they did have a party tag for deer in a specific area, hunt unit, and one of the hunters did get an alternate tag, the other did not. And so I checked with the department, and it was because one hunter checked the alternate box and the other one did not. And had they both checked that box, there would have had to have been 2 tags available in that hunt unit. But because there was one and he was the next in line, he got it and his buddy did not. So I do understand, and it kind of came full circle with me yesterday. I have one more question for you, and then we'll see if anybody else does. But does it really mess up things if we add alternate to our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th hunt choices? I know right now it's only for the first hunt unit. So if I apply for a deer tag in 015, and I check the alternate box, but then my next choice is, let's say, 014 area, I can't check that alternate box, correct? What do we do with the science of all this if we add alternate boxes to those those hunt unit choices?
Check
Does
her
that
off
make
for the record.
sense? Oh,
Check
all
her
right,
off
there
for the
you are.
record.
Okay. Okay.
We already have a low percentage of people marking the alternate box. Some people want the opportunity to hunt in their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th choice if they have time to prepare for it. But I think we could actually lose percentage of people if they knew they could actually draw their 5th choice on an alternate, because it's not your preferred spot. It's not your second, and that was a decision made by the commission in the past. If the commission wants to change that, it's well within your purview to do that. But that's the business rules that were set up by the commission in the past. So if that's something you want to explore, it's definitely within the commission purview.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else have questions for Ms. Munoz? Commissioner Hubbs and then Commissioner Cavilla.
Not so many. I mean, we've been over this before, and I just remember our last meeting where we discussed this, and I don't, I understand the concerns. I do believe that looking at it from a computer application perspective, it is confusing. And I've stated this before. I mean, they do this all the time in travel. Sometimes you look last minute travel, and you look because you know you might be able to catch a break. And I think it's kind of the same mentality. And I'm not a hunter, obviously, but I have a feeling after the first year of this, it's going to spread word of mouth like wildfire, with or without a marketing campaign, and people are going to know that this is available and a real life option for them. So I think off the ground 1 year, it may be a little bit unknown, even if we did do some marketing, but I believe after the first year, it's going to spread and be very well known quickly. Just my thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner Kabelia?
I guess I got a question and then a couple comments. The question, I had somebody from the general public ask, and I believe like your waiting periods on, you know, if you're in the waiting period for an elk tag or a deer tag, or not a deer tag, or a sheep tag, and that they are antelope, they still apply on the, I would assume they still apply on the first come, first serve. That question just came up. I believe it would. And then in regards to comments, and I know I brought it up last time, and I think I brought it up the prior time. I think that you got to be real cognizant of how we advertise these to the public, because guys are going to write apps. And I know we talked about, you know, you gotta log into your individual account. Guys are going to write apps to try to, that people are going to be willing to pay for. They're going to try to mine that daily to, you know, say, hey man, if a sheep hunt pops up on there, buy it immediately. And I believe that's going on in other states. And there's a potential there to create some hate and discontent, you know, for the guy that's willing to pay the money for the guy that developed that app, because it is happening in other states. And, you know, I think from everything I've looked, they tried to do a program around that. And the guys on the outside figured out within 2 weeks how to get around that again. So I just want to, I kind of agree with Tony. This is something that you could just keep chasing your tail forever. I think we probably should need to try to get those tags out there, but I do believe the potential for some individuals to, I don't know if it'd necessarily be taking advantage of it, but you're going to have some guys that are going to try to, you know, make it advantageous to them. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Kabelia. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Commissioner Kabelia, I was thinking about your comments from the last meeting about the apps, and what would preclude the department from developing an app that sportsmen or applicants could download from the department as a, you know, just as a service to them, as an outreach, or as a thing? What would preclude them from doing that? Is there anything, or is that something that could be done to help alleviate? I see the gap. I understand Commissioner Alberg's concerns, and I agree. It would be nice to get as big a cut out of that first batch as possible. You know, we've talked about having the going down further choices and stuff like that. But you know, if there was a way to maximize the number there through the education or whatever, explaining what the alternate list is all about, and you know, the education part, and I understand the manual concept, but this is more of an explanation of what they might be checking. Do you want to take advantage of this opportunity? And then getting into this, the back end of it, within that 14 days, and being able to apply a system that's perceived as fair, and you know, that people aren't playing in the loopholes or taking advantage of over others that may or may not have the ability to do that. So is there an opportunity to do something like that, build an app that kind of fight fire with fire, if you will?
For the record, Kim Munoz. I mean, obviously that we can build an app if that's so the desire. What I would do is we do know that Colorado offers a first come, first serve, and I know that Idaho offers a first come, first serve, is talk with them about the challenges that they've seen and try to learn from their mistakes, and engineer this in a way, you know, that we can best offer it to everyone? Does that mean that somebody's not going to continually go out there and as soon as we put something together that they're figuring out how to manipulate the system? I mean, that's what hackers do all the time, right? It's like Microsoft releases something and then they're figuring out how do they punch holes in it. So we would do our best effort to make sure that it was fair for everyone. And that's why we felt that if you have to log into your account in order to even see the queue, that if someone else, meaning like a guide, was in there, the hunter would have to give the guide their account information if they wanted to sit there and watch for that particular person. You know, instead of just leaving it a queue open that anybody can see what's in there, making them log in before they could even see what's available.
Ms. Munoz, could you answer Commissioner Cavilla's comment or question about waiting periods? If you're in a waiting period, does first come, first serve apply to that waiting period? How does that affect the waiting period?
Yes, sorry, I didn't answer that. Yes, the waiting period would still apply. So if you logged into your account, we could tell if you were in a waiting period or not.
Got it. Thank you. Just want to make that clear. Okay. Any other questions before we take it to public comment? Jack, Rob.
Jack Robb for the record. Not only do waiting periods apply, but loss of bonus point and additional waiting periods after you get that tag would apply also. It'd be just like having the tag because you do have the tag. So all rules apply.
Thank you. And my apologies for not calling you Deputy Director.
For the record, Kim Munoz, it would also, suspensions would apply if you had a suspension for another violation. That would apply as well. You would not be able to apply for the tax.
Thank you.
And there, excuse me, Madam Chairwoman, there's really two separate issues. You know, the first being the number of alternates with only 15%. And you asked the question about your second, third, fourth choice. And so that's one issue. But even if we had 100% of the applications that had checked that alternate box, the second issue, which is really what we're trying to get to here, are those tags that are returned within that window that can't be reissued. And so we just want to make sure that if we're proposing solutions that they're specific to one of those two challenges that we're recognizing. Really, it's about getting these tags back in the field that are coming in. So even if we had 100% of the people selecting the alternate, we would still have some challenges if any of those that are coming in that 14-day window.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I think Commissioner Almberg.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make it perfectly clear to the department. I'm 100% supportive of this. Quit chasing our tail with this first come, first serve. That is our last resort in that 14-day period, and actually to the last day of the hunt for me. We can go put that tag up, and someone wants to take that opportunity, even with 1 day left. I think it's a great thing, and I'm completely and 100% supportive of it. My only issue is within this 14 days is to take an extra step, an intermediate step, is to look at if there's no alternatives, you automatically go to the first come, first serve. It's just an intermediate step within that 14-day window, period.
Thank you. Understood. All right, we'll take this out for public comment. It's 10:50, so we'll come back at 10:55. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we've got some public comment. Can I get everybody back, please? Thank you. All right, so we've got two comments. Dave Rickers shared, I would be supportive of checking an additional alternate box to consider the applicant's second to fifth choice. As a comment, I would want to make sure that if first come, first serve is implemented, that those people who obtain tags through first come, first serve haven't already obtained a tag for the same species, i.e. if you drew a doe tag, you wouldn't then be able to pick up a buck tag in first come, first serve. And Rex Flowers shared, I would hope this will be passed today and there will be no further delays. I personally would have liked to have had this in place before this season. It is long overdue. The public has wanted this for too long. Those are the only public comments I see now. So I'll bring it back to the commission for further comments or a motion. Nothing.
Stephanie,
Vice Chairman Barnes.
thank you, Chairwoman East. I kind of understand what the department's up against. I've received several comments from people wanting to use the alternate list and to exhaust that. And I think we're all in agreement that that's something we want. But we do need to address these extra tags and getting them in the hands of sportsmen. I think if there are more alternates, it might be different at this time. But I see the direction the department's going in, and I agree and I support them. And with that, I'm going to I'll go ahead and make a motion. We can still continue discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to move the adoption of CRG 490 as presented today.
I have a second. I have a second from Commissioner Olmberg. We do have a public comment that came in, and I think it may have come in a little bit delayed. So let me read it before we take a vote, if that's okay with everyone. And it's from Mike Reese. At this point, we need to do three things. Look at reducing the 14-day return deadline. Look at including more than the first choice. After the season opens up, then send out a press release that tags were left over, but because hunters didn't choose to be an alternate, they went unused. I think it's an education process to show how valuable it is to the hunter to check the alternate box. They also need to know you can be an alternate even though you entered as a party. And I'm all for education. You all know that. I've talked about education for a long time. And so I think anything that we can do to educate our hunters, our sportsmen. I do think that there's maybe a generational issue with going in to see if there's a tag available, and hopefully our older sportsmen have somebody younger who could help them out a little bit with some of this. But I do feel like we do need to do some better education with them. That's just my thought. So any other comments before I call for the vote? Okay, seeing none, I have a motion on the table from Vice Chairman Barnes and a second by Commissioner Olmberg to adopt Commission General Regulation 490. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to 10B, Commission Regulation, General Regulation 491, Notification of Draw Results, LCB file number R058-20, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kim Munoz for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting a regulation amending Nevada Administrative Code NAC 502.4208 relating to providing notification of draw results to clients who have opted out of having their results made public. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, the public comment will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Munoz.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. For the record, Kimberly Munoz, Division Chief, Data and Technology Services. I'm going to present to you today for possible consideration for adoption, Commission General Regulation 491, an notification of draw results. We're going to alter this. I'm going to share my screen. So we're making a real simple change in this particular regulation. What we would like to do is just strike out the requirement for us to post the results on the internet. And we would just like it to simply say notification of applicants of their results within the 48 hours. What this will allow us to do in the future is whatever technology is current, we can use that technology to notify them, whether it be an email on the website, a text message. This just gives us opportunities going forward to use whatever technology we deem appropriate to notify the applicants of their draw results. So with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Munoz? Oh, really? Okay. Well, seeing none, this is an action item, so I guess we do need to take it out for public comment. It's 11:02. We'll come back at 11:07. All right, it's 11:07 and we have gotten no comments on agenda item 10B, CGR 491. So I'll bring it back to the commission. Let's wait for everyone to join. Sorry if I jumped ahead a little. Deputy Director Rob and Director Wasley. I think we can probably go ahead. Does anyone have any further comment? Do I have a motion? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to approve Commission General Regulation 491, LCB file number R058-20 as presented.
A second.
And I have okay. So I have a motion from Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve Commission General Regulation 491 as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Moving on to 10C, Commission General Regulation 492, Thermal Imaging Optics, LCB file number R035-20. Chief Game Warden, Mike Maynard, for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation amending Nevada Administrative Code 503 and NAC 503.145 relating to wildlife, prohibiting the use of certain night vision equipment and devices for locating, hunting, and taking game mammals and game birds, revising the definition of trail camera or similar device, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Chief Maynard.
Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, good day. Part two. If you would be so kind, I can provide a brief synopsis of the history of this and then lead into a quick overview of what we're discussing today.
Okay.
So this was workshopped in the Yerington meeting. It was passed unanimously with the language as is. Because we do have new commissioners here, I'll give a brief synopsis of what we discussed and some of the issues that came up. So basically, the first section of this regulation addresses the addition of a new regulation to NAC Chapter 503 concerning what equipment or devices may be used or possessed while locating, hunting, or taking any game, bird, or game mammal. This section also addresses exceptions for certain sites attached to a firearm, bow, or crossbow. The second section addresses amending NAC 503.1485-3 to clean up language and regulate the use of trail camera devices that have a time-lapse recording function. So we went over this and just to remind everyone on the history, fair chase is the ethical sportsman and lawful sportsmanlike and lawful pursuit and taking of any free-ranging, wild, native North American big game animal in a manner that does not give the hunter an improper advantage over such animals. So we had received numerous contacts from the public asking if they could put thermal sights on their rifles for hunting big game animals and also birds. As that was not deemed in any way, shape, or form sportsmanlike, we felt that there was a need internally for a regulation that would limit the use of those devices to be used or carried during a hunt. There are several states that have restrictions already on similar electronic enhancement for hunting. We looked at Arizona, Washington, California, Montana, Idaho, and Utah. Each of those have slightly different variations on a theme, and we use that as some of the basis for what we developed. In general, the night vision equipment out there right now is extremely high tech, military grade stuff that you could do a Google search right now for thermal scopes for rifles. You can get a night vision monocular for under $300 that is high quality. And you can also get a thermal HD scope for your rifle for $1,000. So the prices are well within the range of affordable optics for a hunter in almost every strata. So we feel that this is a concern. We have had the questions for people directly wanting to take this stuff out in the field and use it for big game mammal hunts. So the reference NRSs for that, there's two of them, NRS 501, 105, Commission to Establish Policies and Regulations. NRS 501, 110 is the classification of wildlife. Then the classification for game mammals is under 503, 020, and the classification for game birds is NAC 503, 045. With that, the questions that came up last time that were of most concern that I've received was, can you carry them around or have them in your camp? So if you're in your camp and you have night vision, there's no problem with that. Or if you have thermal imagery, you know, it's not meant for prohibiting its possession in its entirety, only when a tag holder is hunting and you cannot use or carry that. And that's the heart of this. The language in the reg that is proposed also has provisions that do not limit the use of a sight attached to a firearm bow or crossbow that is powered by a battery contained within the sight, illuminated by a light gathering fiber optic, or uses a radioactive isotope such as tritium, which is verbatim out of NAC 503-145. So we're not touching anything else that's in the sight arena. Specifically, it's the thermal and other light gathering optics that are currently available on the market. So with that said, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Chief Maynard?
Ms. East.
Commissioner Hubbs, and then we'll go to Commissioner Allenberg, and then I think somebody else. Oh, Commissioner Perini. We'll start with Commissioner Hubbs.
It's more of a comment, and I just wanted to reiterate what I commented on the last meeting when we discussed this. I'm in favor of this completely. I believe in making sure that we have fair chase. We follow the fair chase doctrine with all wildlife, and that we demonstrate sportsmanlike behavior at all times. But I just wanted to point out this only applies to game mammals and game birds. I would have it strictly, in my opinion, apply to all wildlife. I don't understand why we would simply exercise fair chase doctrines or sportsmanlike behavior simply with game mammals and birds. I think we should apply this across the board to non-game mammals and birds, and all wildlife in general. I don't think we should be, using this type of weaponry for various non-game species. If that's truly what our principles are, I think it should be applied across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner Allenberg.
Yes, Captain Maynard, you brought up an interesting thing when you said it about your discussion about being in camp. What about scouters? What if, they're not actually the tag holder, they're not actually the hunter. What if I have someone that's out scouting and they're using it, they're locating game, and then that information is relayed to the hunter?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Allenberg. That's a good question, and it falls in the category of stuff that sometimes there are loopholes which are just not possible to fill. And one of them is when you have 5 guys in the field, all of them have rifles and one of them has a tag, and they say, oh, I'm the one that has the tag, the other 4 are coyote hunting with me. It does strain credibility, but it's not technically illegal as long as they're not pointing it at a game animal. There's going to be certain events like that. If somebody is out there with a thermal scope, but he's not the tag holder, and he relays information, this regulation would not prevent that. This is only for somebody that is actively hunting those species and has the means to do that.
Okay. Commissioner Perini. Did you have a question, Commissioner Perini? You're on mute.
There we go. I'm sorry.
There you go. No worries.
Thank you. You know, as far as if I could with Chief Maynard, I'd just like to ask him a question. When we're going to have all this goes through and becomes a law, statute, NAC, what information does NDOW do to get that information out to all those people that are getting those type of items? Is that something we do every year with NDOW, or is it something we measure that information to everybody to realize that the law has changed? So that's my question.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Perini. Depending on what the regulation is, we've done various things in the past with notification of the public. Typically, we try and give reasonable leeway to the public for the first year because we want to make sure that the message has gotten out. We have an educational stance to a large degree with some of them. Because this directly involves hunting of animals in a way that would be obviously unethical and on its face, and it's very easy to understand. It's not like there's some vague interpretation of this. We would probably begin immediately upon adoption enforcing this if we found it. As far as the notification, we try and put this information into guides that we put out, the small game guide, the big game guide, and sometimes the application book. We also post information on our website, and we reach out through, I believe, other social media sources such as Facebook, and there's some few others that Con Ed could probably add to that. And we try and do education, obviously, every chance we get when we encounter people in the field who maybe not are actively hunting yet, and giving them fair warning that it's like, look, you can't use this against big game animals in the field. And in full disclosure, we, to my knowledge, have not encountered anybody out with a thermal scope yet or night vision scope hunting the species that we're talking about. This is based on there are changes in technology that are advancing rapidly, and we're trying to address them as we can. So I don't anticipate that, you know, within the next month, everybody's going to run out and buy a thermal scope if they're not immediately educated. However, there would likely be some people out there that would press the advantage if they had it. But again, we always have had a fairly reasonable enforcement of our new regulations for the public to make sure that they had an adequate and reasonable opportunity to be educated.
Well, if I could ask you a question, and I think without any question, I think that's a great program that you're doing now. That kind of information for those alleged hunters, using those type of items is something we should not do. So I'm really glad we're going to have a change now that we can't do. And I think in the future, with all the equipment that is happening now with guns and what have you, I think, God bless you, I think you're going to do a good job with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Secretary Wasley?
Yeah, I'd just like to add a little bit what Chief Warden Maynard provided in response to Commissioner Perini's question. A lot of times when we look at regulations, whether it's a regulation change or a new regulation, some of them are reactive and require us taking more of a outreach effort to shape or, you know, inform people. Others are more proactive to prevent something from becoming more commonplace. And I look at this as more of a proactive type of regulation. It's a lot easier to be proactive in terms of the, it's not as though a significant number of people have a financial or emotional investment in a particular technology. It's a lot easier to be proactive. And what we typically do is design our strategy depending on whether we're reactive or proactive in a regulation. Certainly this one that I believe is more proactive, we don't see a ton of it just yet, but as Chief Warden Maynard pointed out, it is certainly affordable and becoming more so. So typically what we do is you'll see in all of our hunt guides, our application brochure, we highlight new regulations, regulatory changes. We put them in bold and italic and different colors. And so we try to use that combined with press releases and other, outreach efforts. And so I would just say that the strategy is typically determined based on the need and how commonplace something is, but we would use all those tools and more. And then the other piece of that Chief Warden Maynard spoke to is that we look at some gradual implementation depending on whether it's reactive or proactive. If it's something that's already commonplace, we know that there's an educational component to it and we need to have a softer implementation than something that is, proactive and new and maybe not really commonplace. And so, I think the word that Chief Maynard used that I think I like to encapsulate it all is reasonable. And so I appreciate the question, Commissioner Perini, and I appreciate Chief Warden Maynard's answer and just wanted to add a little bit to it. So thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Absolutely. Did I see Commissioner Caviglia?
I've got a couple items on it. I know I brought it up last time that I heard about people last year using the thermal imaging. I've got it from what I would consider extremely reliable source. There's individuals this year that are using this thermal imaging. So it's out there. There's no question about it. And I don't know if most people realize you can use that in the broad daylight. This is not just strictly stuff at nighttime. And it's being used. One item I got a question on is I'm curious if we could just add some wording that would kind of impact the spotters with the hunter, is if you could go in there on the, it says a person shall not possess or use any of the following equipment or devices while hunting or taking any game animal or game bird. Or I'm curious if you couldn't put while assisting in the locating of game animals or game birds for the purpose of hunting or taking. If you just added that, if you're, that would lump in somebody that's assisting the hunter, right? And I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if that would work or not. The second, I had a public comment on this regarding the way that's worded. That same kind of the second part of that after the or in the wild or while locating game animals or game birds. If that doesn't lump, and then you ban the use of infrared night vision, if that doesn't accidentally throw trail cameras in. I know we have the whole trail camera regulation, but the bulk of, and I know that's not the intent of this, but the individual brought it up. The bulk of the trail cameras out there right now use infrared night vision equipment. And I don't know if just to make that completely clear, if you put something in there, like all of this equipment is stuff that is handheld, because I know in the trail camera regulation, we have something that the trail cameras are not handheld. And then this would be handheld equipment, and it would get rid of that. And I hope I'm making sense. His little, I guess you'd kind of call it a loophole. It does make sense to me that what he's talking about there. I don't know if that makes sense to all you guys, but those were just my comments.
Okay, Chief Maynard.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Caviglia. So to address your points, number one, if somebody is out in the field, but they're not hunting, they don't have a rifle, they're just a quote spotter, unquote. I don't know that would be a constitutionally sound thing to put in there. I think that would be stretching the limits, because basically we could ban anybody anywhere for carrying a thermal imager if we could tie it back to them assisting a hunter in some fashion. I don't know that would pass muster, and I think it would be there's enough ways around that. Somebody could go out there, they could camp in a separate location, they could go out with a night vision scope on their own, and they could find their own way of communicating with that individual. They wouldn't have to be in the same party, and we wouldn't have, knowledge of that. And I don't know that we can effectively prevent that. On the second point, if you look at the language of the regulation on part 1, section E, it says any comparable equipment or device used to enhance night vision. So somebody was carrying a trail camera, that would fall under that easily. And this language was also put in there to address any future developments. They may come out with glasses that you can wear that'll do the same thing. Or other, your cameras now have IR on them. So there's a bunch of stuff that's coming out, and what we're doing is we're basically saying any of that electronic enhancement technology is not allowed when you're out seeking game or actively taking game as a hunter.
Does that address your concerns, Commissioner Caviglia?
Yeah, the concern, I guess the concern from the individual and the general public, they were more concerned with that if you were the hunter and you had a trail camera out prior to the season, that was where he was worried that the other part of while locating game animals or game birds for the purpose of hunting, you have the trail camera out prior to the start of the hunt in the legal trail camera season, but then it's using infrared night vision for the sensor. I know that is not the intent of that, but that was that individual's concern. I know this is absolutely not the intent, but that was just the individual's concern that I had heard from.
No, that if there was a trail camera that was lawfully placed under the existing trail camera regulations, that would not be considered under this regulation. And that would not be something we would enforce under this regulation. As long as the camera was in and of itself lawfully placed, then that's not going to be an issue.
No, and I didn't believe so. I just wanted to bring it up because he was pretty concerned about it. So,
okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, Warden Maynard, I just wanted to go over again why it's only applying to game mammals and game birds, and not non-game mammals in general, or non-game birds, or just wildlife overall. I know we discussed it briefly, but I think they are being used to hunt right now, non-game mammals. Is that correct?
Yes, they have been for quite some time for coyotes, for example. People have used night vision for decades for that purpose.
And so as a department, we don't feel that that's worth paying attention to at this time, or are there any other species of concern that you might have that are not game animals that are subject to these night vision type tracking devices?
We basically, when we initially wrote the regulation, the design was to cover the species that have a greater level of protection that we need to consider for hunting, that we were getting the calls on. We weren't getting people calling on coyotes or anything else. We were dealing with people that were calling on big game hunts. They wanted to go out at 2 in the morning and look for an elk bedded down somewhere in bushes. It's the commission's choice. I mean, we're just proposing the language. Any additions to that or other direction from you would be on the commission to decide.
Right. I guess I don't understand why we decide only game mammals and game birds get fair chase doctrine. I mean, when other animals are hunted, shouldn't it apply to all species? I guess I'm missing the disconnect there.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard, for the record, there's categories of animals that are clearly delineated in regulation that are empowered to be classified by their taxonomy and their use in the public. There's always going to be different categories of need and protection for various species. They can't all be painted with the same brush. We don't allow for 3,000 mountain goat tags. There are biological reasons why that doesn't happen. And I'm sure that our biologists could easily speak to that. As far as other species, and I'm a little out of my wheelhouse here as far as the biological end of things, but I believe that others can weigh in on this, is that there is no discernible effect on certain populations by utilizing an unprotected status, for example. And that, again, is not my call. It's the commission wishes to address this. They have that prerogative.
Right, because we discussed this. I mean, you're going to have somebody out there with this type of nightwear vision or tracking type devices. I don't really know what they use, but I can assume it helps you target animals during nocturnal hours. And we're going to hear that they're using it for different species, maybe a non-game species. And that's what they were using it for. And now that daylight's almost here, now they're hunting, you know, but we were just using it for coyotes for a while. And I guess my whole idea is I'm just going to call it out, because if we really talk about fair chase and about sportsmanlike behavior, why doesn't it apply to all wildlife? To me, we have to hold all wildlife in trust. So like, why are we only choosing game species? I would advocate somebody from the general public that this should be for all wildlife. I don't see why we say one species of wildlife deserves any less protection under our state than another. I know we have different classifications and we monitor some species more, but if this is about what is fair to wildlife, I don't understand why it applies just to certain species. It just seems silly to me at this point. And I could be wrong, but I don't see how you're going to not find somebody out in the field harboring this equipment, claiming it's for non-game species. I think that's what you'll find. I could be wrong.
If I may, Mike Maynard, Chief Game Warden for the record. We certainly expect there's going to be people that are going to try and articulate a loophole in some fashion. However, there's, again, the reasonableness test and that which, you know, passes the straight face test, as they say. That's where we do our investigation. If we see somebody that is got, you know, they're camped in deer camp, they have a tag in their possession, and they're out with night vision before legal shooting hours, and then they later try and claim they're out hunting coyotes just before sunup, that's not really going to be a reasonable argument. And we would still investigate that case, and depending on the circumstances, file a criminal complaint against that individual, or, you know, a citation or whatever was relevant, because their articulation is going to be part of it. But the mere fact that they have a tag with them and a high-powered rifle, and they're out in their deer unit, and they have a thermal imaging scope on their rifle, would most likely constitute probable cause for us to take legal action.
Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think Commissioner Hubbs asked a good question. I do think it's important to acknowledge that it is not that the department through this regulation is only proposing protection of game species. You know, when we look at the 895 commonly occurring species in the state of Nevada, and we lump in all the game fish and game birds and mammals, we're talking about 8% of that 895 that have a game status. But when we look at just those ungulates that we're talking about for hunting, I'm guessing here, but we're talking about maybe 1 or 2% of the species. And so to kind of portray the question of why we're just affording this protection to game species is, I think, a little bit of an oversimplification, because the overwhelming majority of the 895 species are protected simply by virtue of their status, whether it's as a fur bearer or migratory bird or migratory waterfowl. There are other provisions that protect the overwhelming majority. And so when we actually talk about those species that aren't protected by this, we're talking about perhaps 2 or 3 species that might be pursued through this technology. Still a good question, still worth the discussion, but I wanted to make sure that it was understood in its context. We're not talking about only affording protection from this method of take to game species, because all of the other species are already protected from take. And so it isn't maybe as simple as that question might suggest. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I think what we'll do is we'll take it out to public comment. We'll give it 5 minutes. So let's be back at 11:42. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. Thank you, everybody. We've got some comments. I'll read as soon as we get everybody here. Okay, from David Ricker, Nevada Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Chairwoman East and members of the commission, as previously intimated in a letter prior to the regulation workshop at the commission's June meeting, the Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers supports the proposed regulation addressing the use of thermal imaging equipment to aid in the taking of game mammals, CGR 492. One of NVBHA's guiding principles is the preservation of the fair chase ethic in hunting. This ethic is a cornerstone of the North American model of wildlife management and is more important than ever with the continued seepage of electronic gadgetry into the hunting world. These electronics are designed to overcome an animal's senses and natural instincts. The use of thermal imaging and/or IR night vision equipment could allow a hunter to stalk big game animals at night. This goes too far in altering the hunter-prey relationship. While there is some dispute about the real-world ability for wardens to police any new regulation, it should never preclude the taking the right, and it got cut off. Jesse Latin shared, I feel that this is an irrelevant regulation. It is already illegal to hunt big game at night during shooting hours. Sorry, wow. Mike Reese, sorry, Mike, I just called you Mice. While a guide doesn't have the tag, is it going to be legal for a guide to have any type of optics with thermal imaging capabilities in the field? And then Steve Robinson, Washoe Cabin, this is a long one. For a second time at our CAB meeting, we were unanimously opposed to this regulation as written. The public providing their input was also unanimously opposed to the limitation of thermal imaging as proposed. We understand the desire to prevent a hunter from following a game animal all night long and then shoot it at first legal shooting hour. We also oppose this as an unfair chase practice. What was a consensus at our meeting was the ambiguity of the language and the lack of specificity in how thermal imaging technology can be used. The language of while locating game animals or birds leads to some of our concerns. We are concerned with the lack of specificity about when can this technology be used? Can we use it in May before the draw has occurred in the area in which we applied? Can we use it in June after the draw? Can we use it to hunt coyotes in an area where quail or chukar season is open? If I hunt chukar in the morning, can I hunt coyotes at night? There were numerous other questions that were raised, but this is just an example. The language of shall not possess or use is a concern for us as it opens up legal jeopardy for someone that has these devices in possession in camp, car, or pack, but is not using it for the chase of a big game animal. We would prefer shall not use, even though it makes the law enforcement more difficult. Just this one change would take care of most of our concerns. A member from the general public brought up the fact that this technology helped him find a downed animal last season that he felt wouldn't have found without this technology. Is there room in the regulation that would allow for this use as a conservation tool? We know the commission wants to pass this regulation to create ethical hunting practices and adhere to fair chase principles. These regulations shouldn't be written in a manner that can cause a hunter to inadvertently violate the law and leave the interpretation of the law up to law enforcement. In our excitement to pass a regulation, we are not fully thinking out the nuances or the ramifications of these regulations. It was noted that the last commission meeting, if you have to ask what you are doing is legal, you already know you are in the wrong. We are just asking that these regulations be written to prevent misinterpretation so sportsmen don't have to call the department and ask if they are following the law. Thank you. I think that's all that we have. My understanding is that's it. So I'll bring it back to the commission for continued discussion or a motion. Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, interestingly, what I'm finding from the comments is kind of the converse of what I'm asking for, but it's also noting the exposure for carrying that type of technology for other purposes. You know, so I think there is something to be said about that. That's why for me, obviously, I'm going to say, why doesn't it apply to all wildlife and we just not use it? That's my stance. That's a different extreme stance. They're saying, I don't want to get in trouble because I have it and I'm using it on other species that are non-game animals, so on and so forth. And so how do I get out of getting in trouble, but I want to use the technology? And I think we should talk about that. I mean, we all have different stances on it, but to me, when it comes down to the principle being a fair chase doctrine, I don't know, does that only applies to game species, or am I wrong? Are all wildlife? Like, I don't understand, unless it's fair to do that to there's 2 or 3 species that might be pursued by this method. Which species are those and why? I guess we should talk about that and just know who they are and why that's used.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Any other comments? Or a motion? Or an emotion?
Yes, I'm going to just ask, what are the 2 or 3 species this technology is used on right now that we haven't mentioned? So we know at least going forward with any adoption of anything, who is going to be using this on what species and when is that okay?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I might, since I was the one that mentioned that or alluded to it, I'll try to answer Commissioner Hubb's question. And there's some speculation on my part here, but certainly the pursuit of coyotes in nighttime conditions or dark conditions, I think would be one likely species where this technology could or would be applied. Similar to that, I think there could also be application for certain small mammals, maybe some of the agricultural pests or species that are considered agricultural pests as they congregate in abnormally high densities in areas where they're artificially inflated through irrigation and cultivation practices, alfalfa fields, hay meadows, those kinds of things, and can present hazards or crop losses. So those are a couple species and situations that would occur to me, but certainly I'm not as familiar with the technology or its application as many people on this meeting, and would certainly welcome any clarifications or additions.
Mr. Hubbs?
So do we use those for like bobcats and mountain lions? That would all be okay to use this, or because they're game, aren't they? Game species?
Yeah, they're afforded protection. Mountain lions as a big game animal and bobcats as a fur bearer. So they would be afforded additional protections.
So we're talking like about little rabbits that are going after somebody's field, or little marmots, or whatever you call them, groundhogs.
Probably more common to be ground squirrels, burrowing mammals that could be both creating hazards and in terms of animals or equipment and crop losses. Again, in some of those irrigated agricultural type scenarios, and coyotes, I think, would be probably 2 of the most likely species where that technology is being applied. But again, I invite others who have knowledge of its application elsewhere to weigh in.
I would, if I may, Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. I would say overwhelmingly in my experience from what I have seen and heard in the past by people out at night spotlighting or utilizing technology at night, it's coyotes. and then the agricultural pest, again, what Director Wasley said, I think would be spot on is the two top. And that's anecdotal. We don't collect data on that. I have nothing I can point to, but I can say from 23 years, that's what I've heard of as the most prevalent uses for that as it has developed.
Okay.
And so I'm assuming that we don't mind then if coyotes are taken by this method or other night animals, we're good with that? And that I'm just saying that's going to be most likely the excuse that we're getting, because otherwise it shouldn't be used in the field at all outside of coyotes, rabbits, marmots, little things like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think, and certainly Chief Warden Maynard can weigh in on this, but a lot of times when you're looking at some of the activities that occur after sundown, the issue has more to do with discharging a firearm in the dark, and that is something that's often relegated to the authority's jurisdiction of a county sheriff. And so a lot of the discharge of firearm regulations would prohibit, in certain areas, depending on where you are, could potentially prohibit the discharge of a firearm. So it wouldn't even apply to the technology as a method of assisting take. In other areas, a rural county might not have any provisions, restricting the discharge of a firearm after hours. But there's some overlap between wildlife authorities and county sheriff's office authorities as it pertains to discharge of a firearm that overlaps with some of our authorities and take of wildlife. And I would invite, again, Chief Warden Maynard or former Sheriff Perini to weigh in on that and add any clarifications if I misspoke.
Mike Maynard, for the record, I apologize. He's exactly right. There's a whole host of other statutes which we use. Typically, you can't discharge a firearm over a roadway, from a vehicle, towards occupied dwelling, towards abandoned dwellings. I mean, there's all sorts of rules and regulations that apply to where you can discharge firearms and in what capacity. And going back to tying this back into a couple of the public comments, again, there's going to be attempts at finding loopholes. There's no possible way to secure every loophole. And there's no possible way to ban them in their entirety on the landscape. There's going to, I don't know that would pass constitutional muster. You can't just, at our agency level, say no one can carry a thermal optic at night anywhere in the state. That's just not going to be possible. But with to address the direct issues of hunting the animals in particular, if I can go back on that, the species that we're talking about, when it says in section 1 here, it says you cannot possess or use these in the hunting or taking of any game mammal or game bird, or while locating game mammals or game bird for the purposes of hunting or taking. Just so, there's some clarification that, will I get a ticket if I'm out in March with a night scope? No. We would, our interpretation of that is going to be conservative. And what I mean by that is, if the season is open and you are afield with a tag, or it can be reasonably assumed you're hunting that species. If you're just out in March with just the night scope and no weapon, and you're just looking at animals, that's not the intent of the regulation, nor would it be the intent of our enforcement. With that said, the straight face test and reasonableness is what we look at. Does somebody have deer bags, high-powered rifle, a thermal optic, and they're in a deer winter ground in January or February? That's a whole different discussion. So we take each case on its merits. There's going to be things that slip through the cracks. There's no way to prevent that. But overall, mere possession for most people outside of the hunting parameters is, I don't believe, going to be something we're going to be able to address, honestly.
Right, I understand mere possession, but I'm talking about the definition of hunting as species. Like, is the only use of a thermal optic to kill something?
No. There are people that have thermal imaging devices that can, we use them in the southern region for boating. We have them available on our boats to locate people in the water because people show up.
I don't necessarily think I'm talking about an entire ban on thermal optics. They probably have a rationale to be used. I would even say if you're using maybe a thermal optic off season just to check out what's going on, or I guess that would be okay as long as you weren't harassing the wildlife, right? But I don't understand why during a hunting episode you would have a thermal optic unless the whole thing of hunting a coyote at night, rabbits or marmot type is so important that we give that exception.
Again, going back to what we already discussed, I didn't interpret your comment to mean that you wanted to ban thermal optics everywhere. That I was referring in part to the public comment section as well to address those while we were on it. But we're going to be reasonable in our enforcement is the bottom line. And if there is, the commission wishes to address other species on this topic, that is entirely within the commission's purview.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Olmberg.
Yes, I mean, this is going to reinforce or a little bit supportive of what Commissioner Cavilla said. It's very important to understand that a lot of this is getting used for scouting. It isn't actually for the hunt. They're actually locating animals, and they can locate animals in the trees, for instance, thick cover, heavy cover in the daytime. You know, they don't have to be at nighttime at all, but they can sit there and they can discover bedding areas, for instance, and know that there's animals in those bedding areas through this thermal images through the trees. So it's not just at night. It is being used in the day. And I guess to go back to one of the comments that were asked also with the guides, is there Chief Warden Maynard, is there because there is a direct association with guides and the hunter, is that a loophole or is that not? I mean, are they going to be accountable? Are they part of the hunting party?
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard, for the record, through you, Madam Chairwoman. If you look at the language in section 1, a person, it doesn't say a hunter, it says a person, shall not possess or use any of the following devices while hunting or taking any game mammal or game bird, or while locating game mammals or game birds for the purpose of hunting or taking. So I'm making this distinction just because there may be some confusion about this. If you have one individual who's separate and he's out and he states his purpose is for whatever, but it's not hunting or not looking for an animal to hunt or take, then that's one thing. And we address that again on the reasonableness spectrum, right? If it's a guide who is with a client and the guide has thermal imaging with him, with his client while they're out, that would fall under this because that's an easy connection to make. Why are you here? Oh, I'm the guide. I'm guiding this guy. He paid me. And you have thermal imaging because, and we can go from there. And again, it's going to be the reasonableness. If they're sitting in camp with it, that's not a problem. If they're out in the field, then it becomes a problem. And we can make that connection. It's like, yes, you may not have a rifle, but you're guiding a client. So therefore it fits cleanly within this, it doesn't necessarily say scouting exactly, but that can easily be inferred from the language of the regulation. And I foresee no legal difficulty in applying that in the appropriate situation.
Commissioner Perini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think exactly what we're talking about with law enforcement, especially as NDOW has only got so many officers out there to be able to go to these different locations if that kind of thing was going to change. I think one of the things we got to think about is each one of the counties that we have through, 17 of them here in Nevada. And I can tell you, I was born and raised here. That was something that we didn't care about nighttime or whatever. That was way back in time. And that's what people really were doing at one time, didn't bother anybody. But now it's changing quite a bit to that. But each one of those counties have their own ordinances. And some of those can make themselves make exactly what they want done and finished on it correctly, or whatever they're doing. What I think is what we're working on today is excellent. I think that's a great way to go right on what we're doing with those animals and those birds and stuff that we are dealing with NDOW, and that's what they should be doing only, is on that. If we open the book up for the door all the way open, you're never going to have enough time to do all the stuff you can do. And I think what we're doing is exactly what our job is for NDOW, for our position. So anyway, I'm just saying, I think that the chief is doing a great job. The secretary certainly does, obviously, too. We only can do so much, and what we have to focus on what our job is. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to, it's hard to keep this in perspective, Commissioner Hubbs. I really appreciate that you had the courage to throw this out and to challenge the thought process. You and I both know that the emails will be flying to you and probably to me, and about how out of whack we are and how out of base. But I do appreciate that you're willing to bring these really difficult conversations to the table. It's not just happening here. It's happening across the West. It's happening across the country. These ideas and stuff are being challenged. And I don't know where it all goes. I do keep in mind that the one positive aspect of this is that we've got an agency that's bringing a concern to the commission regarding some fair chase issues. And historically, that's not always been the case. So I try to keep that perspective that this is a positive thing in my mind. And I know people don't like to be regulated. I know people have concerns with their, infringing on their rights and their ability to, and ethics and that kind of stuff. But I very much appreciate that the agency's cognizant of that they're sensitive to that. There's a lot of sportsmen. There's a lot of people on this commission. That's not always been the thought process. So I appreciate that this commission is sensitive to these things. It hasn't always been the case, sometimes because of differing opinions, sometimes just for lack of the conversation, to be honest with you. But you brought a really significant conversation to the table that I know you hear about from the people you represent, and it's not an easy one to have. It may be that over time that, it takes care of itself through legislative process. I don't know. That's where a lot of this stuff heads. I don't know that this commission is adverse to having that conversation in in a different, maybe in a different context or a different scenario. But I just wanted to let you know that it's really hard to frame how to respond to you. I know for me, I probably come closer to sharing some of your thoughts than others. And I've had a very difficult time on how to respond to you. So I wanted you to know that. I know, maybe I'm trying to get the other commissioners' backs just a little bit on this one from the standpoint that it's a lot to process. It's a lot to absorb. What does it all mean? Where's it headed? And their constituents, I can tell you, their minds are racing, and I'm sure that they're going to be reaching out to everybody. I just felt like I wanted to share that with you. I appreciate that you're willing to bring these really difficult things up, and I'll be supporting the proposal. And if it leads to other conversations down the road, then I'm certainly open to that. But I just wanted you to know that it's you bring up a very difficult discussion, and I just wanted to share that I appreciate that you've done that, and trying to keep in mind that what we have in front of us is, in my opinion, a pretty proactive step by the agency and the commission as well. So,
Thank you, Commissioner McNitch. Commissioner Hubbs.
I just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner McNinch, and I will also support this. Obviously, there's no way I would not support something like this. I'm fully into our doctrine of fair chase. I would like hunters to be ethical in the field. Yes, I'm pulling the reins in a different direction just because of my position on this board. And but there's no way I would not support this. I was just wanting to bring it up for the record to consider it again, letting it, the state know, the department know that there could be concerns about the narrowness of it. Of course, trying to see if we can broaden it. That's sometimes my position, but we'll fully support what's put before us versus not supporting it at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to move to approve Commission General Regulation 492, thermal imaging optics. Do I have a second? Okay, I see hands. I'll take Ollenberg. I saw him first. So I have a motion by the chair and a second by Commissioner Ollenberg to approve CGR 492. All in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed by Commissioner Barnes. Okay. With that, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. We've gotten through our regulation business. I think before we jump into reports, oh, Commissioner Barnes, I'm sorry.
I thought I voted in the affirmative.
Oh, I thought you were opposed.
Maybe I
Apologize.
was looking away or something, but just for the record, I was in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you. I feel like the mom on Brady Bunch. I'm looking around here at everybody and trying to guess who's got what where. So, okay, so CGR 492 passed unanimously. Why don't we break until 12:30? Does that give everybody enough time to grab a bite of snack or something and use the facilities, and we'll be back at 12:30? Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 12:30. Can everybody come back in, please? Okay, looks like we have everybody but Commissioner Keel. Give it a minute. There he is. Okay, we will resume the meeting of the Board of Wildlife Commissioners on August 14th. Agenda item number 11, reports informational. Oops. 11A, Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies 2020 Annual Conference. Secretary Wasley and Commissioner McNinch. Reports from the 2020 conference will be provided. Who's going to go first? Oh, there you go. Okay.
First time ever, for obvious reasons, there was a virtual meeting of the Western Association for the benefit of our new commissioners and maybe new participants, whether it be cabs or public. I just want to spend a couple seconds kind of talking about what the Western Association is. There are 4 regional associations representing state wildlife agencies, state and provincial wildlife agencies. These regional associations, there's some overlap for some of them in the Midwest and the South. Essentially, the Western Association is, I believe, 22 member states, mostly west of the Mississippi and provinces. Been in place since, I believe, 1922. The other 3 associations include the Northeastern Association, the Southeastern Association, and the Midwestern Association. Additionally to the regional associations, there is a single and national association, which is known as AFWA, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. The regional associations typically, each of them typically have one main meeting, and which the Western Associations occurs in July. And then there's also a midwinter meeting, which is much smaller, that occurs in January. The annual meeting of the National Association is in September. That too will be virtual here this next month. So due to coronavirus, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies 2020 conference was virtual for the first time. Many of you are familiar with the expression R3. The 3 R's, as they have come to be known in wildlife agency arena, are for recruitment, retention, and reactivation of hunting and angling participants. That R3 was expanded in many circles to R4 that now includes relevancy, with a recognized challenge of relevancy for many state and provincial wildlife agencies. The plenary at this year's WAFWA was resiliency, the 5th R. And resiliency conversation, it kind of looks at the combined challenges of an already recognized challenge to retention, reactivation, recruitment, reactivation, and resiliency, relevancy. It looked at those 4 R's and said, all right, we need to be resilient as we're now faced with a global pandemic, cries of social injustice and police reform, which not only creates challenges for state wildlife agencies in terms of trying to be relevant within their states or provinces in their state governments, budget cuts, funding challenges, but also it's sometimes tough to sit around a table and talk about the importance of conservation when state or provincial governments are simply trying to balance budgets or feed hungry children or figure out how people are going to go to school And so resiliency is now being addressed. The whole plenary session was about resiliency. What do we in state and provincial wildlife agencies need to do to persevere in conservation, hunting, angling? What do we need to do right now? And so several day meeting, that topic of resiliency and some of the challenges were front and center in many of the committees. The committee meetings that we spend time and energy in participating in and staffing include the Sagebrush Executive Oversight Committee that I chair just as a kind of a result of the predominance of sagebrush and some of the sagebrush related issues in Nevada, Western Bird Conservation Community, and then many of our division administrators. And there's a wildlife chief meeting, a fish chief meeting, a law enforcement chief meeting. There's meetings pertaining to human wildlife interactions, urban wildlife. So we have, many of our conservation education educators, along with our game division personnel, our law enforcement personnel, hearing what British Columbia is doing and what Colorado is doing, how whether it's from the outreach and education related to maybe the challenge of bears in urban environments. And everybody, there's even legislative committees that our Deputy Attorney General, Craig Burkett, participates in. They share knowledge and strategies in terms of litigation. And so there is an incredible professional development opportunity top to bottom, not only to share that information, but to glean insights from other states. There's a new work group in the game arena on corridors, connectivity and movement corridors. So it really, where they changed the venue, obviously to a virtual venue, they also changed the opportunity to participate in having agencies able to pay a registration that would allow for up to a set number. And I think that's one of the silver linings, if you will, of some of these virtual meetings, is that we can actually expose more staff to these kinds of events and not have to worry about some of the travel costs and travel risks at this point in time, but travel approval where we can have a greater presence, learn more, share more, have an opportunity to develop unified positions with other states or provinces and go forward from there. But it was a challenging environment, but yet very productive nonetheless, and always a great opportunity to learn. And I think I'll stop there and see what Commissioner McNinch has to add, and certainly happy to entertain any questions about these regional associations or national associations or ongoing meetings or opportunities for commissioners or staff to participate. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, I appreciate you giving the overview of WAFWA. What occurred to me as the meeting got started was, how does this meeting happen? It was in really short turnaround from the time that the in-person meeting got canceled to the virtual meeting. I mean, from the standpoint of organizing, considering the number of committees and the number of meetings that occur and the events, that kind of stuff, it was pretty remarkable that the event organizer and that the association were able to pull it off, and not just pull it off, but they did a fantastic job with it. For the first time in a long time, I mean, I always feel overwhelmed going there, getting information. You can take pages and pages, and there's something there for everyone on this commission. So it's really hard to hit them all and come back with things that would be of interest to everybody. So I try to do the best I can. And I actually explored a couple of different committees this time. Tony talked about the opportunity to opportunities, and one of them was the ability to bounce around. Even though I had a few challenges with my connections and stuff, I was able to bounce around into some of the committees that normally I don't always have the opportunity to attend. I can tell you that Tony mentioned the R3 and then the addition of the two R's, relevancy and resiliency. well, the resiliency was on full display the whole meeting. It really was. The flow of information was incredible. The discussions, there was good energy. It was amazing considering the things that people are really going through. I mean, you've got a lot of challenges out there. You've got agencies and that have been devastated with COVID-19. You've got staff that are being required to take furloughs, and to come in with the energy that they did and can continue to conduct their work on the benefit of wildlife was incredible. Some of the things that stood out to me, I kind of took a step back. The things that WAFA deals with are so diverse. The issues, you got broad issues anywhere from landscape habitat conservations like sagebrush conservation to specific issues like cormorants eating fish out of a fishery, to international. You have a group, Southern Wings, where they try to improve grazing practices in Mexico to conserve grassland birds, to local issues where you're working with local conservation agreements with private and corporate landowners for things like prairie chickens. The agency works on best management practices, development from everything from how to use citizen science to managing mule deer to trapping to conserving wildlife on private lands, translocations. I mean, it's really incredible the things that they deal with. They work on, they advocate and lobby for funding. And some of the things that stood out to me, though, the conversations, it continues to be down the road of relevancy, the stuff that Tony and the NDOW has been really involved with. And that's how to meld the constituencies together in this, not just in Nevada, but across the spectrum, across the country, and how to get everybody to the table and recognize what everybody can bring to the table. So one of the major questions that stood out to me was how to validate and engage non-traditional users while maintaining traditional relationships. Simple sentence, but an incredibly complex issue. And with Commissioner Hubbs kind of bringing forth some of the issues and questions that she has recently, especially the one that we just talked about, that really highlighted for me the inclusion and diversity. These are difficult things, but this is where things are happening, are moving in order to maintain relevancy. Otherwise, you get pushed to the back corner and you lose your ability to kind of control your own destinies, I guess, for lack of a better way to go. More to the committee meetings that I attended. Of course, I sat in on the commissioners committee. They're all deeply impacted, and to hear some of the things that are going on from, it's one thing to hear, well, your fisheries are impacted in Alaska. Well, it affects the canneries and all the seasonal workers, and the canceled seasons, how it impacts, people that whose businesses rely on people coming to those areas. And of course, the furloughs and the substantial morale issues that the agencies are facing to keep people moving forward. But there are some positives. So most states are feeling those impacts, but there were some positives, some common ground, some common things that were actually that we fit right in on. Most of the agencies are taking the opportunity to look at their regulations for simplification. They're developing new outreach programs, things that'll be used in the future, like new programs to introduce concepts into schools, things like that. These are things that'll continue on. That these are beneficial things, and it's unfortunate it's got the weight of COVID-19 laying on it to get it moving. But those are things that are positive that are happening. More efficient processes to conduct day-to-day business. Being able to use these Zoom meetings, for example, is another example. And there's been a substantial uptick in outdoor recreation, and I don't think that can be overstated. The people trying to get out and take advantage of the outdoors and trying to get outdoors, and how do you agencies are faced with the new dilemma, so they've got this influx of interest. How do you keep them? So you've got the recruitment in a sense, in certain ways. How do you retain them? And how do you get them to be good advocates for wildlife, whatever their interest is? I did spend some time in the R3 meeting, and I have to admit, I guess my original impressions, not having sat in it long enough at times, was that it was, you know, the recruitment, retention, and reactivation concept was all about getting people back into the field, but it's bigger than that. You know, it's talking about how regulation changes, for example, how regulations can be influenced by just a few, and then there's you know, beginning to be kicked back by a broader spectrum of people. So how do you manage that? How do you manage that dynamic? How do you get more people involved? How do you talk to the public about hunting? These are things that go beyond just getting people in the room, but more about trying to draw some kind of a connection to those that don't, that aren't on the you know, traditional users of wildlife, traditional hunting. Legislatively, there's a ton of stuff going on legislatively. A lot of the Tony, and I'll ask you to if you could do a RAWA update and talk about some of those things. But so I'll just kind of skip over these. Tony will fill in the blanks for me like he always does. He does a great job. But a lot of the things that are the angle these days is we've been dealt kind of an unusual hand that in the midst of all this crisis, we have a unique opportunity to push forward with potential long-term funding that we've never seen before. You know, things that haven't been on the table for 80 years. So Recovering America's Wildlife Act is a good concept, is a good example, but there are others, and they're all kind of the pitch is how it improves infrastructure, how it, for example, wildlife crossings, deferred maintenance activities on state parks or state-run facilities, things that you know, help get the economy moving but benefit agencies and the people in those states. Let me see here. State wildlife grants, they're still on the table. There's still funding going out for those, even though there's a little bit of a gap between what the administration would you know, is proposed versus what's been proposed in at least the House for this next year. But the state wildlife grants, sometimes we get away from talking about those, but those are still very important funds that I know that the state of Nevada relies on and uses. Reauthorization of certain acts like NACA, which I guess is called ACE now, Tony, I don't know. That somebody made a reference to a renaming of it. And that there's actions to possibly remove the match to DJ and PR. I don't know, it's been a month since the meeting, so things may have changed by now, but those are things that are on the table with respect to funding aspects. There were conversations on significant conversations in a lot of arenas on the zoonotic diseases, and Commissioner Hubbs mentioned that at the Yarrington meeting, and Tony had mentioned that there are continuing and substantial conversations going on at that, and it was very evident at the meeting. It's very, very true. There's a lot going on in that front, and very, very, very forefront. I'm not going to go too much further here. I know that we had conversation on wildlife management area fees. It was something that commissioners from other states brought up. I can tell you that several years ago, 15, 20 years ago, there was a proposal to the legislature to require anybody without a hunting license to pay a fee going into a wildlife management area, and it didn't get anywhere. Matter of fact, it was voted down by the commission at the time out of fear that others would have a seat at the table, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it. Things are changing, and Commissioner Hubbs, this is kind of what I was referring to earlier. You know, those mindsets are changing. So here we have this group of commissioners talking about why aren't we doing that instead of why would we do that? And so these are things that folks are starting to talk about. I think it's a worthy conversation. I think we should bring it up again and talk about it. There's a request from the commissioners to discuss in further length, and I brought this up last time, about shed antler season coordination. It seemed to take on a little bit more weight this committee, this meeting. So I think that it might be something that as a commission we need to look at getting engaged in and seeing what that might entail, or what that might be, what that might involve. But commissioners from other states are interested in sitting down and doing some coordination on that to whatever extent possible. They're wanting to talk more about fair chase issues. So kind of back to that, 15 years ago, this wasn't necessarily something that was on the table very often, but it's pretty frequent these days. We get a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of desire to talk about them. That doesn't extrapolate to something being done, but the conversation is good. And Commissioner Hubbs, I think that was kind of my point, is that these conversations that used to historically not happen are beginning to what end, I don't know, but certainly a change. And I think folks maybe are feeling a little less threatened by the conversation, maybe, I don't know. The keynote speaker to the plenary session, and Tony, I don't recall her name. You could help me there too. But she had a quote, and it really hit home with me. And this is the second time that I've had a quote that I brought back that kind of hit home. And she basically said, you have to have humility and strength to work with those we don't always agree with. And if ever there was a time that applied, today would be it, considering all the strife and consternation and all those things out there. And certainly it applies to wildlife and our different perspectives and different views. So I think it's very relevant today, considering the conversation that we just had. And it's not easy, but I think it's healthy that we have those conversations to whatever end. So tons more. I had tons and tons of notes. Appreciate you guys giving me the time to throw some stuff out there. Tony, if you could fill in the gaps and take care of that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Mamie Parker, M-A-M-I-E, Parker gave the keynote, and she's a retired Fish and Wildlife Service regional director from back east. She grew up in the South. She was a pioneer in many ways in conservation, not only as a female, but also as an African-American female. And she spoke to resiliency and spoke to her life, personal experiences, as well as professional, that provided that quote. I think the three things that Dave mentioned that came out of the commissioners meeting, looking at wildlife management area fees, looking at coordination on shed antler seasons, talking about hunter ethics, those three things, oftentimes I get the sense that some of our constituents and some of our sportsmen and women in Nevada think that Nevada Department of Wildlife is independent or unique in addressing some of these challenges and some of these issues. But these issues are certainly regionally, recognized, if not nationally or internationally, with some of our Canadian partners. The idea, the shed antler piece, what Utah and Idaho and Nevada in particular want to try to ensure is that we're not just having the same group of individuals run to the same state because they're avoiding closures and some desire to coordinate on those, so we're not counterproductive in our efforts. The hunter ethic piece, we're seeing this technology creep that we've addressed repeatedly in all Western states, and not only does that create some challenges in the perceptions around hunter ethics, but those challenges can present themselves in bigger challenges in terms of the social acceptance and acceptability of who we are and what we do. Wildlife management area fees, I think, speaks to a broader recognized challenge of relevance, funding, some of the funding challenges, and And in particular, when states are challenged with some of the COVID related costs and they're trying to fund things like health and human services and public safety and departments of education, conservation isn't necessarily at the forefront of a lot of those discussions. And so states are unified in their efforts to try to find ways to diversify their funding. And so that's one of the areas of discussion that the commissioners brought forward. So, Dave really kind of touched on a lot of the diversity of topics. It is incredibly overwhelming to try to be present in all the different venues and all the different meetings and be, have the opportunity to actually engage, in a meaningful way. But that's where we just try to plug in as many staff as we can, where there's benefit to having it virtually. I'll share, Dave talked about a lot of the focus on some of the benefits that have come out of this time and some of the outreach and some of the people turning to outdoor recreation for comfort or solace, in this otherwise stressful time. And the National Association, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, actually put a call out to all the member states and provinces to ask each state, for lessons learned or, some silver linings, and compiled a document that was released last week under the letterhead of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies about the lessons learned by all their members. The Wildlife Society picked that up, and it's going to be in the next edition of the Wildlife Society bulletin with links to that document. Dave's right. Our ability to do outreach and create webinars for people about, what's in your backyard and get a broader acknowledgement for the benefits of conservation and the benefits that hunting and angling, provide in terms of funding for that conservation, that awareness. There really is some opportunity here, and having the opportunity to sit with some of your peers, other state and provincial wildlife agencies to learn from what other states or provinces are doing is really invaluable. So as the date for the AFWA, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies virtual meeting in September nears, we'll certainly share information to that. And if individuals, commissioners, certainly, it was at least in part out of consideration for the additional costs of travel, lodging, et cetera, that some of the attendance was, limited. But given that it's a flat rate registration fee, certainly if anybody has any interest, we'll send that out. I think the registration fee might be $200, but it's 4 or 5 days, just jam-packed full of great opportunities to learn, listen, share, and do some networking and some professional development. One last thing, Dave had mentioned, well, I hadn't heard anything about renaming NACA. NACA is the North American Wetland Conservation, Waterfowl Conservation Act. I haven't heard anything about renaming it, and I'm currently the vice chairman of the NACA Council. I would hope that I would have been aware of that. So that's news to me. As far as Recovering America's Wildlife Act, just so everybody knows, and with a couple new commissioners, I might provide a little bit more background here than I might normally, but Recovering America's Wildlife Act, also known as RAWA, HR 3742, has passed from the House of Representatives to the Senate as an amendment to the House Infrastructure and Transportation Bill, which is HR 2. The group of amendments that RAWA was added to was considered the only bipartisan en bloc and was praised by both parties as such. So as written, the current bill, state wildlife agencies would receive $1.3 billion with a B annually for the next 5 years toward full implementation of their state wildlife action plans. Again, Nevada's state wildlife action plan contains game species such as mule deer, bighorn sheep, sage grouse, Lahontan cutthroat trout. It isn't a game, non-game issue. It's estimated that Nevada would receive approximately $26 million each year for the next 5 years. And I think most importantly, the way that this passed the House, historically, as it was introduced, it would require states to come up with a 25% match. And as it passed the House, there would be no match required. So it would be pure federal funds that could be used in an unlimited capacity for law enforcement towards implementation of that wildlife action plan, up to 15% for recreational facilities and education, unlimited for conservation actions for the 22 habitat types and 256 species that are in Nevada's wildlife action plan. So that would allow states to immediately put conservation to work and not have to worry about that 7 or so million that would have been required for match under previous versions. So I'll stop there, and unless there was something else in particular, Dave, that you brought up that you wanted me to try to address, but I think that covered most of the things.
Tony, thank you. The only other thing I would say is, I'm always, and this is to you, Tony, that number one, you always represent so well at this meeting with all the things. You've got a tremendous amount of involvement, and I really appreciate how you conduct your business and stuff and your meetings. And there's a light side to it, but you keep to the point, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the staff involvement. If you guys get a chance to sit in, virtual work really well, but one way or the other, whether they're in person in the future or virtual, I'd really encourage everybody to. You get to see agency staff really at their finest. I saw them everywhere I flipped to. They were the lead. They're right in the middle of the discussion. They were leading the discussions, and it really gives you a lot of confidence in what we have here. Whether we agree with everything or not, it's that's not always the most important thing. It's you really get to see what we've got going here, and it's special. It's not like this everywhere. The states are all doing fine. Everybody does a good job, but you'd feel even better about what we have going on here, and that's my opinion anyway. So kudos to you guys, Tony.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Tony, I have one quick question that I'll see if anybody else does. Commissioner McNinch mentioned the removal of the match to Dingle Johnson and Pittman Robertson. Is that the match that you mentioned under the RAWA, or is that different?
It's different. And so the match that was originally proposed, or that was in the original proposed bill for RAWA, matched the match requirement for Dingle Johnson and Pittman Robertson. That was a concept that was discussed early. However, those industries that are paying that federal excise tax, they all have trade associations. So, the bow and arrow manufacturers, they all belong to, the Archery Trade Association. And there were many of those associations and many of those industries that were not supportive of the notion that states wouldn't have to come up with a match when they, as industries, weren't provided any relief on the requirement to continue to pay those federal excise taxes. And so there has been a short-term deferral of the federal excise tax payment, which right now is affecting the projected apportionments. But it's believed those will be lifted, and those industries will still be paying those, but just at a deferred time. And so it won't affect the total available in terms of federal excise tax. But industry was not at all supportive of states not being required to pay that match. They saw that they were already paying a disproportionate share of that, and to provide states that relief, they felt was doing them and their business, they're a disservice. And so that was quickly shut down by the industry partners paying that federal excise tax.
Okay. Thanks. Anyone else have questions for Secretary Wasley or Commissioner McNinch? Commissioner Almberg.
Yes. What steps need to be taken? Does this commission need to take formal action in seeking to work with other state commissions, I guess particularly when it comes to the sheds for me, is we absolutely impact each other, our season dates. And so what do we need to work with these other states as a group? Is it something that is just more members attend this, or do we actually have to put it on the commission's agenda and approve working with it? Or what steps do we need to pursue that?
I'll try to answer that first, Madam Chair, and certainly Dave, if you have anything to add. And so I think that's a really good question. And when I think about it logistically, I think that simply by having this conversation, or if the commission directs the department to reach out to those other affected states, and we've done this as it relates to seasons, whether it's a shared hunt like we have on Pilot Peak, or whether it was with some of the elk that were presumably being chased from Idaho to Nevada to Utah or back and forth, and we coordinated on our seasons so that we could have equal pressure at the same time and not just have elk running away from hunters. But I think simply by providing, expressing that desire to the department and encouraging the department, we can reach out to those other states, and whether it's in law enforcement or game, my guess is it would probably be law enforcement personnel, and begin to have those discussions. And then if the law enforcement in Utah, for example, takes that to their commission, and our law enforcement takes it to our commission, and then we can share that. And typically, like when we have these shared hunts, like on Pilot, the state whose commission meeting meets first, and they agree to whatever those dates are, then that information is shared back with the other affected states. And that's kind of set as the bar, if you will. You at least know where that is, and you see if that, we can work with that. But we've done it with hunting seasons. So I see no reason that we couldn't do it with shed seasons. And just simply, providing that direction to the department. I don't even think it needs to be a formal action. We can reach out and initiate some of those conversations directly with those other states.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I think that was a good question, Commissioner Allenberg. I was kind of curious about that too. I'd written myself a note, so. Okay. Moving on to agenda item 11B, the draw process. CalComE representative and Data and Technology Services Administrator Kim Munoz, the department's vendor that accepts hunt applications and conducts the random draw for hunting tags, will provide an overview of the process involved in accepting applications, managing bonus point accrual, assigning random numbers, and conducting the random draw. Ms. Munoz.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. I'd like to introduce CalComE's Client Success Team Manager and our NDOW head go-to pit boss and task manager, Zach Lambert. He's going to give you the presentation today.
Yeah, thanks for that introduction, Kim. Let me go ahead and get my presentation up on the screen. But yeah, like Kim said, my name is Zach Lambert. I am the Client Success Team Manager at CalComE. I'm really happy to be back in front of the commission. There's some new faces and some familiar faces, and it's always a pleasure to get to speak to you guys, even if we are doing that in a virtual environment this time. I was looking forward to coming to Elko, but unfortunately not the case this year. So I'm very proud to present the results of the 2020 Big Game Tag Draw. This year, the process in coordination between CalComE and the department was a little different than prior years. The application period for 2020 went from March 16th to May 4th. March 16th is the day that both CalComE and NDOW began operating in a 100% remote environment due to COVID-19. So the entire big game tag application period this year was supported and administered 100% remote by both the department and CalComE. That did present some challenges at first, but we were really able to overcome those challenges. And I have some really successful things to show you guys about the engagement with NDOW and CalComE this year. So we'll go ahead and get started. If there's any questions, feel free to ask. I will certainly answer any questions that anyone may have at the end. First and foremost, I think the one question we get every year is how many people applied for the tag draw. So I think it's no secret, we saw an increase in applications this year. This year, 80,892 clients applied for the big game tag draw. That is a 9.76% increase from the 2019 draw. And it also represents a 16% increase from the first year that CalCMI had the contract in 2018 when we administered the big game tag draw. So we are certainly seeing more customers continue to apply in the Nevada big game draw. That trend doesn't appear to be slowing down. It's continuing to grow each year. One of the things we do when we look at all of our clients, we try and track certain demographics so we can look at things like the recruitment, retention, and reactivation of our customers. So these are all key data points that we coordinate with the department on, and we always want visibility into. So I'm looking here at basically the age of our clients. You can see here probably the biggest growth that we are seeing is in the 31 to 40-year-old range. We're seeing most customers coming in and applying for the draw. Now, aside from individual applicants, we always want to look at our applications. This year, CalCMI accepted 349,110 applications for the big game tag draw. This is a 13.2% increase from 2019 and an 18% increase from 2018. So as we see more applicants are applying for the Nevada draw, we're also seeing the number of applications is growing quicker than the number of individuals who are applying. If you look, this slide here details out the number of applications submitted by each age group. So again, the 31 to 45 range continues to be the largest demographic of application volume as well when we're looking at the draw. And also we see the number of applications per person on average continue to increase. Every category experienced an increase except for the 31 to 35-year-old range. That remained the same, 4.8 applications on average. The other trend that we track is the average dollars spent by each client. This year, we actually saw a slight decrease in the amount of money that people are spending on each application order. This year, we are now at 64%. I think that's mostly attributable to an increase in resident applications and new applicants mainly putting in for mule deer. That's obviously our most popular tag that people apply for, which does have less fees associated to it as, say, an elk application, which we collect an elk management fee on top of that. This is also still an increase over 2018, where the average dollar spend per applicant was $63. And again, here is a breakout of the average spend by age group. We see that the 36 to 40-year-old age group are our highest spenders when it comes to purchasing a tag application. One thing we like to do is track where our applicants are coming from across the state of Nevada. Obviously, Washoe and Clark County make up the most predominant areas of residents applying for the tag draw. We did see an increase in every county as far as the number of resident applicants. One thing to point out, Story County, we saw the highest percentage increase in applicants. Story County increased from 51 applicants to 92 applicants, which was an 80% increase. Clark, Carson, and Nye County also saw above a 10% growth in number of residents applying. If you take out Story's 80% increase, the average increase for any Nevada county is 8%. So we're looking at each county, we're increasing by 8% each year in the number of resident applicants coming there. One other thing we like to look at to know our customers, where in the United States are our customers coming from? This was the first year that we had an applicant from every single US state applying the Nevada Big Game Tag Draw. Historically, some of our northeastern states like Rhode Island have been the holdout here. We were really happy to get 4 applicants from Rhode Island this year to be able to tout that we've gotten applications from all 50 states. You can see on the map the highest states other than Nevada where we have applicants coming from, mostly the neighboring states of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, California. Texas was the only non-neighboring state with over 1,000 applicants, non-resident. So we'll get into a summary of each species in the draw. So I'm starting off with bighorn sheep. Now these are bighorn sheep applications. This includes ewe and ram applications. Will include a breakdown of ewe and ram separate. And I do need to disclaim as we are talking through the application status results of the draw, application status can change over time. For example, I can return a tag and my application status is no longer a successful application. I can be an alternate and receive an alternate tag and my status is no longer unsuccessful. So these status counts are current up until July 17th. It's possible you may see, like for some deer tags, Kim and Jack spoke a little bit earlier about some tags not going issued. You may see the number of successful applicants for deer tags be lower than the number of tags that were available. That's because this is looking at current tag and application status at the time this report is produced. For bighorn sheep, regardless of ram or ewe, we saw 493 successful applicants out of 49,968 applicants. And these do not include bonus point only applications. For ewe applications, 112 applicants were awarded a tag for a ewe application out of 1,633 applications. And that is inclusive of your California ewe, your Nelson ewe. Same with ram applications. These are inclusive of Nelson, Rocky Mountain, and California ram. 381 successful applicants out of 48,335 applicants. And again, you'll see as we go through, the main age group where we're seeing the most amount of applications is that 31 to 45 range. I think I failed to mention this on my previous slide, but we're continuing to see the average age of applicant decrease. In 2017, the average age of an applicant in the Nevada big game draw was 45.6. In 2020, we've seen that down to 41 or 42.8. So we continue to see each year the average age and demographic of our applicants does decrease ever so slightly, which is encouraging, especially this is contrary to the trend that we see nationwide for other states when I go to conferences and hear folks talk about that. And again, for bighorn sheep bonus point applications, we received 26,462 bonus point applications for bighorn sheep. Mountain goat, 9 successful tag applications out of 5,916. And again, 3,783 mountain goat bonus point applications. Looking at elk applications, this is inclusive of bull elk, cow elk, spike elk, and our 2 depredation hunts. But here's a breakout. Obviously, we've continued to increase the number of elk applications. This is pretty neat when you think that we also reduced the number of elk tags available by, or excuse me, elk applications available by not having a season this year for the management cow elk hunt. In 2018 or in 2019, we received over 11,000 applications for the management cow elk hunt, and we continued to see a greater total number of elk applications this year. For all elk tag applications, 5,209 successful applicants out of 58,414 applications. The one thing I am including on the elk application data, you'll notice that there is another column here for ineligible applicants. An ineligible applicant potentially is somebody who, one of the big changes the commission made in January this year was that a client could only obtain 1 elk tag per year. Ineligible marks everybody who would have drawn another tag if they had not already drawn a tag that precluded them from that. So for example, people who drew a bull but would have drawn a cow, or vice versa. That number came to 2,853 elk applicants who submitted multiple applications for elk and would have drawn another elk tag had they not applied for the other one. I wanted to make sure we included that for elk since that was one of the big changes made by the commission in January. And we also saw 22,594 bonus point only applications for elk. Getting into deer, obviously our most number of tags, 16,601 applicants were successful in obtaining a deer tag, with a total of 65,143 applications being accepted. And in addition to that, 13,035 bonus point applications for mule deer. Bear applications, 50 successful tag holders out of 3,472 applications. And 2,905 customers put in for a bonus point only with regards to bear this year. Pronghorn antelope, 4,271 successful tag applications out of 36,429 total tag applications. And 11,267 customers are building points this year. The other thing we've included in our presentations in the past is a report of the Silver State tag application revenue. This year we collected $782,076 for the Silver State tag application revenue. That is a 33% increase in Silver State tag application revenue from the year prior. So that's one thing that we're very excited about to see, and that continues the trend of growing year over year for the total Silver State tag application revenue. Now, every year before we go through and we open up the big game application period, CalComI and NDOW sit down together and we review our goals for the application period. One of those goals this year was to be able to sell more mountain lion tags to our applicants during the application period. We sold a record number of mountain lion tags with our tag application. We implemented an upsell process for anybody who applied for a mule deer application, where a client could choose whether or not they wanted to include a mountain lion tag with their application or only if they were successful in the draw. This one, this upsell increased our mountain lion tag sales with an application to 6,462 from 3,571 the year prior. That's about an 80% increase in customers purchasing a mountain lion tag with their application each year. The other thing we monitor anytime we implement an upsell like that is how are we shifting customer behaviors. So here are the counts of mountain lion tags that were purchased with an application or over the counter. When I say over the counter, I'm basically just meaning a customer went to an NDOW office to purchase a lion tag. A customer went to a Big Five or a sporting goods store to purchase a mountain lion tag, or they submitted that purchase as a standalone outside of their tag application. So we see now more customers are purchasing with their tag application, and it's really more of a channel shift to online sales for mountain lion tags. We've set the bar pretty high for how many mountain lion tags we've sold, and we look forward to continuing similar numbers in the future. A few things we always, excuse me. A few things that we always do track for our customers to make sure we can improve the usability of the system. What kind of devices are our customers using to access the site and apply for tags? This year we saw that 49% of applicants completed their application on a desktop computer, with 51% completing their application either on a tablet or a mobile device. Along with mobile devices, we do track for compatibility and usability the breakdown of what mobile devices our customers are using. 64%, it's probably obvious, 64% use an Apple iPhone, 5% use an iPad, 2% use a Windows tablet, 15% a Samsung Galaxy, 14% some other mobile device to apply. And we also track our most used browsers. This year, the most used browser by a big game applicant at 38% was Safari, followed by Chrome, with Internet Explorer and Edge making up 18%, Firefox and 4%, and other browsers at 2%. Now, going back to our customer analysis, one of the things that we track related to recruitment, retention, and reactivation are our key performance indicators of how well we are doing to attack the churn rate of our license holders and our big game tag applications. What we've done is we've worked with the department to identify our key performance indicators, which we've kind of set up as our loyal customers, our new customers, and our reactivated customers. So we've defined a loyal customer each year as an individual who has applied in the previous year. So in the 2020 tag draw, 64,560 customers applied and also applied in 2019. Those 64,000 customers are made up of 85% males and 15% females. The other thing we track are new customers. This year we had 4,916 new customers apply for the 2020 draw, the majority of which we expect to be the youth who come of age and can begin applying for tags. But we also see some growth in the 31 to 40 range for new customers. And the one statistic we are the most excited about are reactivated customers. We define a reactivated customer as somebody who had applied in 2018, did not apply in 2019, and again applied in 2020. So these applicants are back in the game now in Nevada. We saw, I think I may have already said it, I apologize, 11,416 reactivated customers. We targeted these customers mainly towards the last week of the draw. If you recall in the May commission meeting, we had talked about how we were just a little bit down from the year prior with our applications, and we came back really strong to see a big increase year over year. I think some of the reactivation campaigns done by the department were really successful in getting these customers in. One exercise we did, we went through and we identified 7,000 customers who were going to lose their bonus points if they did not apply this year. So in Nevada, you have the rule that you must apply every 2 years for a particular species, or else you lose your bonus points. We identified all of those customers and engaged with them in email and text campaigns to make sure that we got them back into the game and increased our number of applicants for the year. These reactivated customers are made up of 82% males and 18% females. The other two customer trends that we track, two things: the customer information sharing, as well as the customer draw results preference. So there's a big distinction between information sharing and your draw results preference. The customer information sharing is a setting that lives on every customer's account, and customers can change their preference at any point in time. And this is really to handle information that is requested out of the department. So for example, the one I use is if a boat dealership reached out to the department and wanted a list of all individuals who had a 30-foot boat registered in Clark County, the department would have to go through this information sharing preference and would only be able to provide that boat dealership with data where customers had opted to share their information. So we saw 94% preferred to keep their information private and 6% opted to share their information. Now, the other question that is asked of every applicant is their draw result preference, whether or not they want their draw results to be private or on the shared list. This is asked of every applicant every year, so your preference can change from year to year. This year, we saw that 55% of applicants indicated that they wanted to keep their information off of the public list, and 45% opted to keep their information on the public list for successful tag results. Along the same lines of recruitment, retention, and reactivation, one of the things that we're always looking at too is our licensed individuals. We're actually getting prepared to produce the federal aid report here in the next few days, which NDOW will send off to the feds for their federal grant money. And we're looking really good. These counts here are for only annual license holders. This does not include holders of a one-day fishing license or a trip permit. So these numbers actually increase when you count those in. But if we look at only annual license holders and licensed individuals, we are up 9.94% on licensed hunters in the state of Nevada this year. And as far as anglers, we are up 22.07% in licensed individuals for angling this year. I think some of this, especially the fishing, can be attributed to COVID-19, with fishing being a great way to get out of the house. And it's also a socially distanced activity that people can do. But these are really great numbers. I attend several conferences across the industry, and states will usually give an update on their licensed individuals, and it's usually around the up or down 2 to 3% range. Being able to report these increases in licensed individuals is a really, really neat thing to see this year. And I also have tacked on registered vessels. These are how many vessels we have registered this year. We are up slightly on vessel registrations, just a little bit over 500 over last year at this point in time for vessel registrations. One of our biggest tools to continue to keep people in the game is our auto renewal feature that we've worked out with the department. So we have an auto renewal feature for all hunting, fishing licenses, as well as boat registrations. So this is one thing we always track and want to keep an eye on. We currently have 74,312 individuals with a hunting or fishing license or combination license that is on auto renewal for this year. We may see this number decrease as the year goes on and as we get into next year. We do remind customers with an email 30, 15, 7, 3, and 1 days before their auto renewal happens. So we do see that rate tend to go down a little bit as people make changes in plans or take themselves off of auto renewal. But currently 74,312 individuals with a license on auto renewal. For boats, we currently have 21,907 boats that are currently on auto renewal. All of those process at the same time, January 1st, when the new boat year begins. And between boats and licenses, 91,083 individuals in the state of Nevada have some product on auto renewal on their account, whether that's a hunting or fishing or combination license or a boat registration. Now, I did indicate 74,000 are currently on auto renew. So far this year, we have processed the auto renewal of 45,155 licenses, and our boats in January, we auto renewed 14,207. I'm really excited with our current counts of boats and licenses that are currently on auto renew. I'm really interested to see at the end of the year where those come to after folks have gotten their notifications and have possibly taken themselves off of that. Last but not least, the one other change we implemented to the application process this year was we gave customers the ability to donate to the department as a part of their application process. So we implemented this for the application period. Every customer who applied received the option to donate to the Resource Enhancement Fund. We saw that 7,876 customers chose to donate, resulting in $80,160 donated to the Resource Enhancement Fund this year for 2020. I'm afraid I may have gone through that a little fast, so I'm happy to answer any questions. But that's the end of my presentation. I also have saved the draw process presentation from last year if we have any questions related to the draw process. I have that same visual presentation that I gave in Ely as well, if anybody would like to see that.
Okay, thanks, Zach. I did ask Ms. Munoz if she could get everyone a copy of this, because typically if we were in person, we'd have a hard copy in front of us that we could flip through. So everyone should be getting that in their email, probably not right away, but but you might have it, and I can't check it right now, so. Anybody have questions for either Ms. Munoz or for Zach from Calcami, sorry. No questions? Okay, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, one quick one. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lambert, I know you mentioned the people that we were able to recruit back. How many individuals did we lose from 2019 that did not apply in 2020?
I can tell you that really quickly. Give me one moment to end my presentation. I have a dashboard I can look at and tell you that right now. Bear with me for one moment.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Deputy Director Rob.
why Zach is looking for that, this is one of those key components of real-time data that we monitor throughout the application process. And when you can see data real time, that's what made us decide we were going to start with text and email campaigns to those lapsed customers that were risking losing bonus points. And you could watch those numbers change with each campaign we did. It was immediate. Within a half hour of those texts going out, you could see it drop. And then you could watch the flow over a 24-hour period, prior to the text 24-hour period and then a post 24-hour period. You would see an immediate drop, but then you'd see over a 24-hour period that it still had an effect over that long run. And our goal was to get below 10,000.
And we met that goal. We had 9,137 customers drop out this year.
So that's lost people, not lost applications.
Correct. Those are individual people who, and we're defining them as people who applied in 2019 and did not apply in 2020.
Okay. And I would suspect, not to step on Commissioner Keel's comment period, but I would suspect that this year is going to be maybe an anomaly for us. We're going to see spikes and maybe drops, and who knows? I mean, it looks like everything went up, but I think people have more time, but maybe they were worried. I don't know. Does Secretary Wasley, I saw you raise your hand too. Do you have any comments?
I do have a couple. The first one pertains directly to Commissioner Keel's question. And this is a big issue everywhere. It's that retention piece, that loss. And in the industry, they call it the churn rate. And it's based on this idea that you look at any 10-year period, and there's only 1 in 10 anglers that has a fishing license for each and every year in that 10-year period. And so that's where things like the auto renewal and other things are intended to address that churn rate. And it's the retention of the 3 R's. You know, sure, it's great to recruit, retain, but you know that reactivation. I'm sorry, the retaining and the reactivation. The other thing that I wanted to point out, you know, sometimes when you go through a presentation like this, and thanks Zach, that was awesome. I could watch it 10 times and pick something up new every time I watch it. But when you look at a presentation like that, I think that, you know, people can look at it and think, well, the agencies, you know, there's all these graphs and all these dollars and all these numbers, and not fully understand some of the things that we talked about before. For example, the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson federal aid apportionments. And those apportionments are based on licensed sales. And so all of the federal excise taxes that are collected on the sales of guns and ammunition, and all of the federal excise taxes collected on the sales of bows and arrows, and on the sale of fishing equipment, fishing rods, reels, tackle, go into the national, you know, treasury as administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then apportioned out to the states based on license certification numbers. And then for these increases, Zach's telling us how he goes to these conferences and he sees states, you know, reporting declines or flatline. When we're showing these kinds of increases, it helps us. As part of the reason that, you know, we haven't had a fee increase since 2003, And by being innovative in these ways, we're not trying to get more necessarily from our resource from the same amount. But if we can provide more, encouragement, we can retain more, we can recruit more, we can reactivate more. That makes Nevada eligible for more of that federal apportionment at a 3-to-1 match. So there's a real benefit to that, not only in the financial piece, but in the social acceptance piece, the longevity of the heritage and the tradition piece. There's a number of reasons why those numbers are so encouraging, not the least of which is that they buck the national trend. And even though for the past several years we could show some increases and we were looking at increases, the population increases were outpacing our increases in applications. And so we were still losing ground. We were still seeing an increasing gap between the population growth and the growth of sales, where now we've actually shown growth that exceeds, in terms of resident participation or non-resident, that exceeds those population trends. So I'm a little concerned that some people look at that and think that we're solely focused on, the dollar piece. And although that's important because that's how we pay for conservation, there's a whole lot of other pieces to it, and it's making Nevada eligible for a bigger piece, a bigger share of that federal pie, as we can show those gains relative to other states.
I have one other question if no one else does. Zach, the number of applicants from Washoe County and Clark County looked like they were pretty darn close. Yeah, okay, I thought I was looking at that correctly, and maybe this is a question for the department, but that may not be a surprise, but how do we get Clark County to respond? Any thoughts? No? Deputy Director Rob.
Madam Chair, thank you. We've looked at those numbers. I remember looking at them back in the early 2000s, and it's historically been about a quarter of this, or a third of the sportsmen come from Washoe County, a third of the sportsmen come from Northern Nevada, Clark County, and then a third come from the rurals. And those numbers really haven't changed. We are trying to market in different ways, but we can do TV campaigns in Northern Nevada to get online, get outside. We can afford to do that in Northern Nevada. The market in Southern Nevada, we cannot afford to get into that TV market to do those kind of things. So our outreach is different. Vegas is a different animal, it truly is, when it comes to try to reach sportsmen, but we're trying to be innovative, use influencers, work with the Go Hunts, the Epic Outdoors, the Hunting Fools, Randy Newberg, others, to get a message out to a broader audience. And so we're looking for new bags and new tricks all the time, but we'll continue to look for ways to market to that demographic down there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's another big dynamic working here too, and that has to do, and I know probably get an email on this, but it has to do with the fact that you've got a real big urban core down there. It's more urbanized. So the tendency is that their attitudes towards wildlife are different. And what I think the department has done a great job of is, and this was brought up in one of the R3 meetings that I sat in on, somebody mentioned you've got to build, you can't go find constituents to fit your products. You have to find products that fit for your constituents. And I bet you that if we looked, and I didn't see it in the presentation, it was probably there, but if we looked at the numbers for fishing licenses for Las Vegas, they would probably substantially outpace Washoe County because, we're playing to a different attitude. That's the bottom line. We might, there might be a little room to work tapping into the like the big game interests, but the fact of the matter is that it may not be there the way that we would hope it to be, not at the percentage or the levels. So you got to find what is their interest, and their interest is, they're boating and fishing down there. You can't go to an urban pond down there and find a spot on on a bank of a pond, it's jam packed with people fishing. So I think that those are the things that the department's getting better and better at all the time is, identifying where those interests are and playing to it. That doesn't mean that recruitment and reactivation isn't an issue down in Clark County. It's just that maybe the pot's not as big as it, or as big as it is in other places, possibly some place that might be more rural. So that's just my thought on it.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I understand that. I just thought it was kind of off, and maybe it wasn't off from the past. It just kind of struck me today. So, yes, Deputy Director Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke a minute ago that we were not able to afford to get into the TV market in Clark County.
Mm-hmm.
But last year we worked with Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation, RBFF, and they gave us a grant to do Hispanic outreach. And we targeted that Hispanic outreach in the Clark County area. And from June 1st to September 1st last year, we ran that campaign on Hispanic TV and other social media outlets in Clark County and some in Northern Nevada. And over that period, we had a 25.94% increase in fishing license sales year over year from the year before associated with that campaign. So with the large Hispanic population in Clark County and in the rest of Nevada, we are trying to reach different segments of our population to push those license sales and increase the number of certified hunters and anglers to increase that PRDJ pot. It's not about making the money. It's not about increasing competition or anything like that. It truly is about trying to increase wildlife management in the state of Nevada, and that is getting a bigger portion of that PR and DJ money.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, thoughts? No? All right. Thank you, Zach. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
You bet. All right. Do we want to jump into Tony's report, or do we want to take a break? Everybody good? Just keep moving? We'll keep moving. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could,
Yes.
second, did we lose Commissioner Hubbs?
I'm looking. I just see that we've got Commissioner Perini, but she may have jumped off. I'll shoot her a text. Thank you for notifying me. I saw that. Okay. All right. 11C, Department Activity Report, Secretary Wasley. Secretary Wasley will provide a report on recent department activities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the benefit of our new commissioners, oftentimes the commission has to spend a tremendous amount of time on what constitutes a relatively small percentage of some of the department's activities. And as such, we've incorporated this agenda item, this department activity report, to bring to light some of those other activities that don't land in the regulatory arena, or seasons or quotas or other things. So in that vein, I will attempt to be somewhat brief, add a little levity to it if I can. I know it's tough even when we're in person, and doing it this way makes it even tougher, but real brief update from the director's office, just 2 items. Just want to thank management analyst Kaylee Taylor for keeping such great track on the past 2 special sessions, the legislative special sessions. The first special session convened to address the budget shortfalls as a result of the COVID situation, as well as the state employee furloughs. We did report the outcome of that special session at the June meeting in Yerington. The second special session addressed law enforcement issues as well as unemployment claims, and provides for a mail-in voting option for the upcoming election. But Kaylee was plugged in front and center and kept track of that. Not always the most enjoyable thing when there's a lot of discussion before much action is taken. Some of you may remember in the last legislative session, the department took away the requirement to purchase a resource enhancement stamp while buying the Dream Tag raffle ticket. This was done to increase the opportunity and the number of times someone could purchase that RES stamp. The past year, the RES sales increased by 127%. Dream Tag sales increased by just over 30%. This year, the total RES and Dream Tag sales generated $583,025. So that goes into the account that's administered by the Community Foundation. Project proposals are received from department personnel as well as others for projects on the ground, but we already heard from Zach about the huge amount collected from the Silver State Tag. That amount from the Silver State Tag goes into the Heritage account, which is the commission's purview to determine where and how that money is spent. And the Dream Tag, again, is administered by the Community Foundation, but 127% increase on the sales as a result of that decoupling. In the game division staff finished updating the new Zoom webinar Bighorn Ram indoctrination that we discussed at the last meeting. A meeting was held with regional and several area biologists recently to review the PowerPoint presentation and adopt new field practicum on aging and scoring ram horns for the virtual Zoom webinar. That was scheduled 2 days ago. Con Ed staff have been integral in conducting the Zoom webinar, which is identical process as the pronghorn seminar that was held in early July. Game division staff recently conducted monitoring of the East Humboldt Range mountain goats to document kid production in a nursery group that had collared nannies. Staff are concerned that there's still mountain goats that are active shedders of Mycoplasma ova pneumoniae. A group of nannies was observed in Upper Lizzie's Basin and north of Hole in the Mountain. It had 3 adult nannies, 2 GPS collared, 2 yearlings, and 3 healthy kids, which is great news for now, but we'll continue to monitor those. Time will tell if they'll succumb to pneumonia later this summer. Staff will continue to investigate these animals throughout this month. Game division staff, the department's wildlife health team, Eastern Region personnel, and the Utah Division Wildlife Resources are working together to conduct a passive test and removal effort on the interstate bighorn sheep herd in the Leppy Hills. That's in Elko County, Eastern Elko County, just north of Windover. The purpose of these are to remove the active shedder of Mycoplasma ova pneumoniae over there. That's plagued this herd for about a decade, having majority of the lambs die each summer from pneumonia. The herd is currently about 30 adults and continues to decline without consistent lamb recruitment. Wildlife Services is continuing to remove predators as part of the predator plan. Private mountain lion contractor has removed 4 mountain lions across the state in the past 3 weeks. A mountain lion was captured by game wardens in downtown Reno recently. After a physical inspection by the wildlife health staff, the lion was collared and released west of Reno. The lion has now moved north and west into California, where the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has been advised, and the department continues to monitor its activity. The mountain lion caused a stir when she wandered into a neighborhood on the western edge of Las Vegas Valley on Saturday, July 18th. The animal was captured and released by game wardens. Media coverage was extensive. Each of the major networks and both Valley newspapers covered the story. After a lengthy delay due to the COVID shutdown, Michigan State University has been allowed to continue their work with the passive black bear population estimates. Field technicians are currently visiting sites to deploy hair snares and refresh their trail cams. This year's activity will be adding a 3rd year to the contract that was initially scheduled for 2 years. Extreme variability in the weather resulted in the decision that a 3rd year needed to be added to that contract. Game division staff are close to finalizing the chronic wasting disease surveillance and response plan. This includes finalizing CWD check stations for this fall, along with letters to hunters and taxidermists regarding regulations, disease issues, and sample requests. The game division's wildlife health staff, along with surveyed staff specialists, have drafted a proposal to the Department of Transportation to collect carcasses in high-risk areas in the state for additional CWD sampling. The proposal has been sent to NDOW maintenance supervisors for approval and feedback. If they approve, we'll seek USDA funding for the proposal. Department dispatchers and Western Region staff have been inundated with reports and complaints about black bears. Dry habitat conditions in Nevada are causing bears to search for food in urban environments earlier and in increased numbers than most years. The Game Division, Law Enforcement Division, and Con Ed divisions are working with the Director's Office to respond to the increased number of bear complaints. Eastern Region Game Division staff and Wildlife Health staff recently worked as part of a team to attempt to collar elk in Area 7. They were attempting to tranquilize elk from the ground using dart guns. Despite several good opportunities, they were unsuccessful in part due to environmental circumstances, including abundant water and moonlight. Department personnel are assisting water development biologists in Southern Nevada with investigations of big game guzzlers that are going dry due to lack of rainfall and heavy use by sheep. Several sportsman's groups are also assisting with the project, which requires helicopters to sling water to the projects. Both department helicopters have been out of service due to maintenance issues, but will be put to use filling water developments as soon as repairs have been completed. The Southern Region Water Development crew recently completed an emergency water haul to the Poppy Guzzler with the assistance of the Fraternity for the Desert Bighorn Sheep. We'd like to thank and extend our appreciation to the fraternity for their continued support in getting this done. The Habitat Division fiscal year 2021 funding cycle recently ended with the approval and funding of 60 projects focused on habitat restoration, wildlife monitoring, reintroductions, translocations, and research, as well as other important needs totaling just over 2.1 million. The supporting funding was provided by the Department's special reserve accounts, including heritage, habitat conservation fee, as well as upland and duck stamp. These were the projects and the proposals that you all reviewed and approved in Yarrington in June. These funds are generated through the purchase of hunting and fishing licenses and special tags by Nevada sportsmen and women, 6 duck stamp projects, 14 upland game bird stamp projects, 21 wildlife heritage projects, and 23 habitat conservation fee projects were approved in early June. And that's what constitutes that just over 2.1 million in total projects. The department's representative on the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team reports that for the 2020 spring field season, a total of 5 new credit projects have entered the conservation credit system to conserve greater sage-grouse habitat. Additionally, a total of 8 new debit projects and 7 mineral exploration debit projects are currently being analyzed for impacts to sagebrush ecosystems. To date, 5 debit projects, including mining, exploration, and geothermal operations, have purchased credits from private landowners to offset their impacts. This marks the first year of private transactions in the CCS. Previously, internal transfers have occurred from mining companies that have private land holdings and generated their own credits. Technical review program activities include ongoing development of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Greater Sage-Grouse Candidate Conservation Agreement with assurances and providing administration of the Energy Planning and Conservation Fund and the Fund for the Recovery of Costs, which was AB 307. During the last 18 months, 26 AB 307 applications were submitted for the following energy development projects in Nevada. 3 were fuel pipelines, 11 transmission lines, and 13 solar facilities. This is the largest number of energy development applications the program has ever received since its creation. The Southern Region Water Development crew recently completed an emergency water haul. This is redundant to the game report on the Poppy Guzzler. Coordination between Habitat Division and Game Division resulted in that showing up in both those reports. From the Conservation Education Division, Con Ed personnel hosted the first ever virtual pronghorn seminar, previously referenced in the Game Division report also. Joining them were 2 game biologists, a game warden, a taxidermist, and a meat processor. A total of 181 unique viewers participated in the seminar. Staff members answered over 55 questions during the seminar. One pronghorn seminar participant said, quote, "I appreciate the emphasis on an ethical hunt and the need to leave lands cleaner or as clean as you found them. Good presentation of data. This was a well-rounded program. I'm not currently hunting for pronghorn in Nevada, maybe next year, but was happy to learn more. Thank you all," end quote. Con Ed staff will be scheduling more big game seminars in the future. Con Ed's team members continue to research and write wildlife briefs for posting weekly on the Nextdoor app. One loyal webinar participant wrote, What's in Your Backyard posts from the Nevada Department of Wildlife have been one of the few bright spots during this pandemic. Children and adults can learn so much from it. It's a field trip without leaving our homes. Thank you so much for these interesting fact-filled spots. Please keep posting them. We will know what we are observing when we are able to explore Nevada again. Thank you, end quote. On Facebook and Instagram over the last few weeks, we've been sharing moose sightings, including one from our own game biologist, Carrie Hubner, showing a moose that we collared in January with a calf and asking for more sightings to help our game biologists track them. People have loved these posts. We're going to continue to try to employ some of those citizen scientists to track and understand a little bit more about our moose populations and their distribution. Volunteer coordinators have been working on COVID-19 related guidelines, mitigation measures for field work volunteers, instruction documents for the new online volunteer manager program, and recruitment for guzzler inspection volunteers. From the Diversity Division, I already provided an update on the Recovering America's Wildlife Act legislation in conjunction with the WAFWA update. Each year, the Wildlife Diversity State Herpetologist oversees road cruising surveys run by volunteers. Recently, the Las Vegas Review-Journal ran an article and video on the front page of the July 26th Sunday paper featuring Bob McKeever, a longtime volunteer who spends many long hours every year assisting in these surveys. Bob has co-authored both a guidebook and several herpetology publications with the department in the past 7 years. The article and video highlighted his professionalism and dedication to Nevada's reptile species. In addition to performing many transect surveys for our reptile program, Bob has contributed hundreds of salvaged specimens to the department, which are now housed in universities. Salvaged is a euphemism for reptilian roadkill. Salvaged specimens to the department, which are now housed in universities and have already been used in genetic studies that aim to improve our understanding of the conservation status of species we know very little about. Wildlife diversity staff continue to monitor the bald eagle nest in Washoe Valley that biologists rebuilt after it was blown out of a tree this past May. The artificial nest was constructed on May 23rd, and after an additional 38 days of development and parental care, the juvenile successfully fledged from the temporary nest on June 30th. It was capable of powerful flight immediately and continued to receive regular prey deliveries from its parents throughout the month of July, and should continue to become more independent during the month of August and eventually leave the nest sometime prior to the fall. This type of intervention was unprecedented for the department, yet it turned out to be a perfect success. Diversity staff were able to confirm successful nesting at 3 additional bald eagle nests along the Carson Front with a total of 6 juveniles. A new nest was also discovered in the Pine Forest Range, making it a banner year for bald eagles in the Western region. Wildlife diversity biologists also deployed 7 satellite backpack transmitters on ferruginous hawk nestlings, continuing a project begun in central Nevada in 2017 to determine the species' habitat use, survival, breeding success, and productivity. To date, young hawks have dispersed to southern Canada, southern Idaho, central Utah, and central Nevada, while 2 died from likely golden eagle and coyote predation. Leading up to transmitter deployment, we discovered 3 new territories and confirmed occupancy at 100% of the territories within our study area and 86% breeding success. Notably, last year was the worst year on record with complete breeding failure at all 6 known territories. Finally, from diversity, surveys for an ongoing golden eagle tracking project since 2014 have continued, indicating 93% territory occupancy this year, breeding at 63% of the territories, but only 1 territory with breeding success. We deployed a satellite transmitter on the nestling and collected samples from the nestling nest and prey remains to help understand the spread of the foreign rabbit hemorrhagic virus disease, now confirmed to be in Nevada. Of note, we confirmed very low black-tailed jackrabbit numbers, the eagle's primary prey, for the 3rd consecutive year, and at least 1 eagle territory was burned over in a wildfire. From the Fisheries Division, 2020 spawning operations at Marlette Lake were completed successfully the last week of June with over 800,000 trout eggs taken despite strict COVID-19 protocols in place to protect staff. This included the full allotment needed of Tahoe strain rainbow, as well as bow cut and cut bow hybrids. We were unable to produce triploid, which are the sterile trout eggs, because of the restrictions, but these will be obtained from a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service federal hatchery in Montana. The new H1 well at Mason Valley was completed and operational in late July, giving the hatchery 4 good wells to carry us into the future, 2 with exceptionally low manganese levels. The fire suppression system upgrades were also completed at Lake Mead Hatchery, completing 2 major projects to enhance and protect our fish production facilities. The department traditionally had difficulty raising cutthroat trout at Mason Valley because of water quality issues, but were able to successfully rear over 30,000 very nice long cutthroat trout fingerlings at Gallagher Hatchery this year. These fish have now all been stocked out to Marlette Lake, Catnip Reservoir, Northern Washoe County, and Topaz Lake. The first reports of hazardous algae blooms, HABs, for this year are starting to come in, with several reports from Lahontan Reservoir. Staff is working with the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection to follow up, and so far none have tested positive for toxic cyanobacteria, but with extremely warm weather and moderate to low storage levels on many waters, we expect this could be a significant issue this year. The department has been working on signage that will provide information to report possible HABs directly to NDEP for investigation. 2 major earthquakes in late June impacted the Devil's Hole. In both cases, there was a large effect that exposed the bare shelf normally underwater. These events flushed most of the underwater vegetation off the spawning shelf, but did not appear to have any immediate effect on the pupfish that repopulated the shelf within a day of the second event. Lastly, from fisheries, preparations are ongoing for the restoration work at Shoshone Ponds in White Pine County to repair and reconstruct the refuge ponds for the endangered front poolfish. The ponds were constructed in the early 1970s, are in need of significant renovation. Project funding was provided by BLM. Several thousand poolfish will be moved to a secondary pond to allow reconstruction of the main refuge ponds later this year. From the Data and Technology Services Division, the DATS licensing staff have continued to work long hours nonstop through the pandemic. On June 16th, we reopened the Reno, Vegas, and Elko offices to the public under new social distancing practices and procedures. Then on July 6th, we opened the remaining offices in Fallon, Winnemucca, and Ely to the public. The Vegas staff are continuing to put in extra hours in order to get caught up, as dealerships in the surrounding greater Las Vegas area who are selling their businesses and are in need of transferring hundreds of boat titles to new owners. The big game second draw has been completed, in which we saw a 352% increase in applications from 2019. A total of 3,793 applications were received from just over 3,000 customers, and we awarded 603 tags during this draw. Lastly, from DATS, the department took in applications for the sage grouse draw on the Sheldon and conducted the draw with released results on August 12th. Snowcock permits are now on sale for 2020 and preparing to release the swan permits starting August 24th. The Geographic Information System staff, along with help from Habitat staff, conducted a successful Overton dove hunt draw as well. Last division to report from law enforcement, have a brief report from law enforcement. Headquarters staff have been working on setting up the new TIP 411 application to be used for Operation Game Thief. Staff are in discussion with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the new permit requirements dealing with the guided hunt tags. Tags need to be drawn in the name of the Forest Service permitted master guide. As it stands, non-permitted guide cannot use a master guide agreement to hunt Forest Service land. Our 2 newest wardens have been released from field training. They'll be stationed in Laughlin and Tonopah. Eastern Region wardens assisted Elko County Sheriff's Office and South Fork Reservoir Rangers with closing the reservoir while firefighting planes and a helicopter utilized the water basin for fighting wildfire in the area over a 2-day period. Eastern Region game wardens received a final judgment of conviction for a suspect in an unlawfully killed mountain lion case from 2017, which resulted in a plea deal of gross misdemeanor with just over $2,000 in fines. Western Region wardens are working around the rapidly depleting water issue at Lahontan and moving buoys constantly to keep everyone safe on the water. And the very last item I have is, over the last couple months, our wardens have attended 268 hunter, fisher, and recreator contacts that resulted in 11 operating under the influence citations, 131 vessel assists, and 434 vessel stops. And that concludes the department activity report. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share the breadth of what the department does day in and day out. Appreciate the opportunity.
You bet. Thank you, Secretary Wasley. I just have a quick question. And many of you know this, but my son is a wildland firefighter and he's been gone all summer. Do we have any idea how many acres or how many, I guess it's how many acres have burned this summer in Nevada?
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, I get near weekly updates. I received an email this morning. I'm looking to pull it up right now. And I don't know if Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae is on, but here is the update that I received this morning. These are mainly specific to sage grouse, let's see, sage grouse, habitat types, etc. So let's see, by state, Nevada, 2020 greater sage grouse acres burned in Nevada, 54,000, which compares to last year at 40,000 and 2018 at just over 1 million. So we're already 14,000 acres of sage grouse, more sage grouse habitat that burned this year than last year. And as we look at that by land ownership, just over 42,000 of those acres are administered by the BLM, but over 10,000 are private lands. Forest Service at this point only has 179 acres of greater sage grouse habitat that have burned in 2020. So between private land and BLM, we're looking at 53,000 of the total 54,000.
And if you would like, Chairwoman, I could give a real quick synopsis of statewide what's the current total. Okay.
I think that would be helpful. I'm seeing nods, so yes, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. You bet. For the record, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Chief. So far this year, we have seen 223,514 acres go up. That is a total of 537 fires. 121 of those, or 55,000 acres, are natural caused ignitions. About 333 or 131,136 acres are human caused. And there's 83 under investigation with about 36,926 acres. So one of the things we're seeing this year is about 2/3 of the ignitions or starts are human caused. So that's kind of a poor place to be. And many of those are around the urban areas, all around Las Vegas and around Reno. As far as number of fires per county, it only helps tell that story a little bit further. Clark County, 186 fires. Elko has had 74, so that kind of bucks it. But the Clark County has had the largest number of fires. The largest impacts have been felt in Lincoln County. Lincoln County has seen 123,866 acres burned this year, with the next closest county being Elko with 25,677. So Lincoln County has received the disproportionate impacts so far this year, but we're a long ways from done.
I agree. And he's been primarily in Lincoln County. So, yep. Although he's out at Gerlach now, so. All right, thank you. Any questions for Secretary Wasley based on his report? Nope, okay. All right, we'll move into 11D then. Update on the Fallon Naval Range and Training Center and Nevada Test and Training Range Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae. The department will provide an update regarding the legislative environmental impact statements, status, and timelines for commission consideration of congressional correspondence relative to wildlife impacts.
Good deal. Thank you, Chairwoman East. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Alan. I appreciate it.
You bet. So since the last meeting at the June 26th, 27th commission meeting, at that last meeting, there was a decision by the commission to send a letter to the congressional delegates before the House committee meeting, Armed Service Committee meeting that was scheduled for July 1. So that letter went out on June 30. That letter, which was authored by then Assistant Chair, Vice Chair, I guess, Tiffany East, was it kind of just pointed out a couple take-home points that the commission requested that any expansions fully consider, existing wildlife populations and ensuring that the military did not adversely impact those populations, consideration of the water developments and habitat, public access and recreational benefits, and thinking about increased dedicated staff and funding for the integrated natural resource management plan. Further, the commission requested that they consider, the human and natural resource impacts in their decisions and think about it in a full and cumulative assessment. So following that, shortly after, Governor Sisolak sent a letter on July 8th. Both of these were kind of initiated by the Bishop Amendment, which had proposed, supporting the Nellis Test and Training Range and giving full authority to the Air Force for the management of those lands. There was rumor at that time of a Horsford Titus Lee Cox Amendment to try to override that Bishop language. And that did come about, and that did pass the House committee on, I think that was July 21st. So that was good news, that amendment of the Horsford Titus Lee Cox language did supersede the Bishop. And the real take homes of that is that it did take the management of those refuge lands back to the Fish and Wildlife, back to the Interior. Further, it spelled out specific commitments that they must update the memorandum of understanding between Defense and Interior to ensure management and protection of natural and cultural resources, sustain public use, kind of spell out the use of the military or use of the lands by the military in conjunction and with consideration of conservation purposes. Further, it gave guidelines to consultation with tribal entities and guaranteed access and protection of cultural and archaeological sites. Additional guaranteed access of no less than 54 days per year for Fish and Wildlife Service to implement their management on those lands. Specifically, there was a minimum of 15 days called out for water development, maintenance, and protection. There were 30 days called out for biological surveys, including bighorn sheep and desert tortoise surveys. Additionally, there was a 16-day minimum window provided for the bighorn sheep management hunt on that area. Further, the MOU stipulates and requires, the maintenance of the hunting program. It has specifications in there regarding fence specifications for wildlife friendly specs. And it required the creation of a resource consultative committee, which would have cultural, natural resource representation of conservation organizations, tribal representation. NDOW would be on it, as well as other federal land management agencies that were involved. So that was a real positive amendment that was approved. At this time, or on July 23rd, the Senate also approved their National Defense Authorization Act. That language currently has nothing more than an extension of time for both Nellis and Fallon. That would give them a 20-year extension, assuming this passes in 2021 to 2041. There wasn't any other specific language in the Senate. But because each House came forward with different bills, basically they're going to have to go to a conference and they'll have to work out their differences in their bills. There's no timelines understood on this at this time. It's unclear when it'll begin. But basically, the only thing we can really look at is the end timeline. Current expectations is that given that conference and trying to work out all of the pieces in it, it may not get to the White House until the end of 2020, especially when you consider that there's $740.5 billion associated with this Defense Authorization Act. So that's where things stand at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Janae. Any questions for, yes, Secretary Wasley?
I was just going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but there's been a lot of political gamesmanship throughout this whole process. And where it stands right now, between what the House has passed and what's in the Senate, the majority of what is there is consistent with the comments that the department provided, consistent with what the commission has provided. And I think we have withstood a number of challenges to the language and the contents. And I think that we're in a fairly good place given some of the challenges early in this process. I just two things I want to share. One is that we as a conservation community have some key voices, and I know that sometimes when you sit out in the West and you're in Nevada and things are going on in DC and that you feel like they're out of our hands and out of our control, I hope that you all find some comfort in knowing that there are some national conservation organizations that are understanding of our position, your position, supportive of it, and are working closely with all the players to see that the outcome is favorable and consistent with the input we've provided. Also, subsequent to that Yerington meeting where a letter was submitted, Congressman Amedee called us and he wanted me to share with the commission that any time that you all would like for him to come to a meeting and share thoughts, ideas, whether it's related to a lands bill or one of these bills, he would always welcome that opportunity. And if he's not available, he could certainly have some of his staff attend and represent him. So just he wanted me to share that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Janae? No. Okay. Thank you, Alan. All right, moving on to 11E. Litigation report, Senior Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, I want to congratulate you on your elevation to chairperson of
Thank you very much.
Commission, and tell you that I commend you already with your prowess displayed in the operation of this commission meeting, which I know is not easy. But you're a natural and you're making my job a lot easier. So I want to
Thanks.
So I want to beg your indulgence if I can. We produce a litigation report that identifies ongoing litigation the department's involved in, but I want to quickly talk about threatened litigation and litigation that we anticipate. And that relates to, and it's a good segue from the discussion about the wildfire fire and loss of sage grouse habitat, and that's the bi-state sage grouse, which I know this commission is well aware of the bi-state sage grouse, but just to remind you, this is a distinct population segment of the greater sage grouse, which exists in Western Nevada, Eastern California, and has been involved in litigation for quite a period of time. And just a quick summary, because if I don't give you this summary, you're not going to understand anything else I say. And that is in 2013, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued a proposed rule listing the bi-state sage grouse as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. In 2015, they then withdrew that decision, which led to a lawsuit filed by multiple non-NGOs, including people like Western Watersheds and Center for Biological Diversity and others, that challenged that decision both on the science and technical definition under the Endangered Species Act of what was a significant portion of the range for this bi-state sage grouse. Not really important, but in a long, long order, I think one of the longest order I've ever read other than antitrust litigation, the Northern District, U.S. District in California, the Northern District issued a decision which overturned or the decision by the Forest or the Fish and Wildlife Service, or reversed it, asked them to go back and engage in another rulemaking process to determine if in fact this bi-state sage grouse deserved protection as a threatened species under the Act. That decision then led the service to go back and review its decision. Tony Wasley is well aware of this and has been intensively involved with all the conservation efforts that have been taking place since 2015. And he could probably talk about that in much greater length if anybody wants to talk about it. But following that decision in 2018, they went back the service, I don't know why I say forest, I keep wanting to say that, but the Fish and Wildlife Service issued a decision in March of this year, standing by its decision, basically identifying that the species did not deserve threatened status under the Act. In June of this year, then the same NGOs issued a 60-day notice of intent to file a lawsuit. Assumedly, it's going to be in the same district court, challenging that decision by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. In the previous litigation, the state of Nevada did intervene on behalf of the service in support of their decision. We have engaged in discussions with leadership discussing potential intervention. We're going to, of course, wait to see what the exact language is in the lawsuit and what the challenges are to the decision by the service. But there may be another potential intervention. Of course, it has to be formally approved by the Attorney General and the state. But I thought you should be aware of that. That's litigation that we anticipate will be coming. Other than that, the ongoing litigation, I really have nothing to report. I just want to beg your indulgence for one more comment. I try to keep my mouth shut because I know you guys are doing the public's business, but I wanted to say something about Zach Lambert because I got a chance to spend a day with him at the wildlife, the draw. My job was to observe and monitor the draw process this year. And Zach and I spent a whole day together in what is otherwise the most boring event ever. And we decided to take questions from the public, which was impromptu. My job, of course, was to try and filter some of those questions and decide what we could respond to. But Zach did such an impressive job. He's got great communication skills, and he's probably no longer listening to this. But Zach is a great representative of the Department of Wildlife through a vendor like Calcomai, and I just wanted to say that. Other than that, I stand ready to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Dag Burkett? I don't see any. All right. Thank you so much. And you'll keep us posted on this intervention sage grouse issue.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll hear the Public Works contract update, and then we'll take a quick break before we jump into our last couple of agenda items, if that's okay. So item 11F, Public Works Contracts, Deputy Director Jack Robb. A report will be provided on public work contracts awarded by the department in the previous year. Deputy Director Robb.
Thank you, Chairperson East. Jack Robb for the record. The Department of Wildlife, many of you may know or not know, we're very fortunate to have internal engineering staff, and we have an engineering department that has 2 PEs in it, 1 facility manager, and then 1 boating access coordinator. And they do a tremendous job for the department. And with having personnel like that under NRS 338, we have the ability to manage some of our own contracts outside the public works process, manage, bid, and then do the construction management of those type of projects. And by having our own authority, these projects have to be heard in a public forum somehow. And so we bring them to the Wildlife Commission instead of through the Public Works Board. This is the board that is the preferred method. In front of you, part of the support material item F is a list of the projects that we have completed in the past year, the contractor that did it, the amount of the contract, and a short description of what was completed. Most of them are just routine type items. The one item of interest to this commission is one that we have been on a field trip to during prior commission meetings. That's the third one down, 20-16, the construction of emergency drain siphon at Cave Lake. That project was completed. Because of icing issues and other issues, we struggled with that siphon throughout the winter. During those struggles, our engineering staff actually went out and we rented portable heating units to thaw out the siphon, installed new valve systems, and did a bunch of work. But to do that, they had to spend the night in the truck to keep putting fuel in the unit to keep that siphon moving and to get it thawed out. And so our engineering staff truly goes above and beyond. And with that siphon being placed, we have drawn Cave Lake down to a level that we have recognized the dam is becoming more stable with the lowering of it, which is good news that it's a 2-level dam. There's an old dam, and then they raise the dam, and the second part is the dam that seems to leak. We are proving that fact with drawing the reservoir down. The amount of water that was coming out of the old outlet that we no longer operate due to fear of failure, that water has decreased to a level that we are going to attempt an engineering change for the revamp of that dam. And it's encouraging. It's going to save us tremendous money if we can go that way and be less intrusive on the environment around the dam if we can do that. So that's the one project that I know you guys have been on. If there's any questions on any of the other projects, I welcome those questions at this time.
Hey, do we have any questions for Deputy Director Robb? Commissioner Hubbs?
The other question is that we have the Cave Lake work, but did we discuss the Overton work when we went on our field trip? Because that's also obviously quite a bit of money too. And I just didn't know what we were doing there exactly.
Jack Robb for the record. We had a diversion structure that had been in a state of disrepair for in excess of 20 years. There's been repeated flooding down in that area, and we had to rebuild the diversion structure and put an automatic actuator, electric actuator on that diversion structure to let us manage our water in a better way down in Overton Wildlife Management Area. It was not a portion of anything we would have seen in any prior field trips.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. So Jack, is that going to prevent the, I mean, we've had some pretty major blowouts down there at Overton over the years. Is this going to, will this take care of that problem, or do we still, is there still that potential?
Jack Rob, for the record, we're at the bottom of everything above us, and they keep building the flood structure above us bigger to accommodate more water. So we are going to continue to see problems in that area, but it is a wetland type area. Without a doubt, in high events, we are going to still suffer some damage.
Okay. And if I could, Madam Chair, I'll ask one more quick question on Lake Mead. I guess I had the impression, well, maybe I realized have we been using Lake Mead at all, or just in a real limited capacity? Does the work down there allow us to use it a little bit more than we have in times past? I know we were having issues with the intake, water intake from the lake and things of that nature, and messing with these domestic water service lines. What does it allow us to do there that we're not already?
So, Jack Robb again for the record. The Lake Mead hatchery is vital to the water supply in the Southern Nevada area. Currently we are raising bony-tailed chub and razorback suckers, two species that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service monitors throughout that system. And without our efforts to continue to keep viable populations through that hatchery system with better than 10,000 endangered fish on station at all times, and to grow them to a level that they have a survivability when we put them into the waters. Southern Nevada relies on our ability to keep those fish in, because that's part of the permits that allows the take of the water out of those systems. So it's a crucial portion of water management in Southern Nevada. And we are, and I know when we went down to Laughlin a few years ago on our way back, we did a tour of the Lake Mead hatchery, and a lot of the commissioners on this call got to see the bony tail and the razorback suckers, and it's pretty impressive what we do there, and the size that we can grow those fish to make them viable when they do get back into the water system.
So Jack, are we pulling water out of the lake, or is it all domestic that we're utilizing, and this just helps maintain that system?
Jack Robb for the record. Everything we put through the hatchery is raw water, so it is quagga infested, and it is a higher water temperature than we could currently raise trout in. If the lake level was higher and we could get a colder water in, we could try to raise trout for a quagga type system. But with the water temperatures, we cannot raise trout at this time. It is good for the endangered species we're raising now. The water systems, to keep a hatchery with that many people or that many fish on station, we have 4 residents in association with that fish hatchery. You can't just walk away from a fish hatchery at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and hope they take care of themselves so you arrive again the next morning. So we do have 4 residents out there that are manned residents that care for the station and ensure the survivability of those fish. So the water system improvements, and we have done some fire system improvements down there under different contracts. They are for the structures and for the people working at that facility.
Thanks, Jack. I'm glad that we're utilizing it. I know that it's not ideal with the water and the quaggas and stuff, but what do you do? You're you know, you gotta work with something. So I'm glad that there's something going on and trying to get something out of it at least. So
It is a vital component to the water management in Southern Nevada, without a doubt.
Secretary Wasley?
I would just like to add that the department is being paid. We aren't incurring the costs, out of pocket to produce those fish. Our costs are being offset by the Bureau of Reclamation. As part of that operating agreement to continue to take water, they have to mitigate the impacts of those endangered species. And so this is a great way for us to continue to keep that hatchery operational, upgrade the fire suppression system, upgrade the water for those residents to, at some future point, whether we switch purveyors for the intake to where that water does become suitable for different type of fish, or the lake level comes up, or whatever happens, the hatchery functionality will be ready to go, and that will largely occur at the expense of somebody other than the Nevada Department of Wildlife.
Any other questions for Deputy Director Robb? Okay, seeing none, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and jump right into Mule Deer Enhancement Program. So I'll see you back here at 2:50-ish. Thanks. Okay, can I have everybody back on? Here we go. Do we have Mike Scott? Do we have Mr. Scott? There he is. Okay. We'll get back on the end of our meeting here. Item number 12, Mule Deer Enhancement Program, Game Division Administrator Mike Scott for possible action. A presentation on the Nevada Mule Deer Enhancement Program will be given. The commission will consider recommendations and may choose to provide direction to the department on the Nevada Mule Deer Enhancement Program. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Mr. Scott. I'm super excited about this, I have to tell you.
Well, I'll try to provide some input on this thing as we go. But Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Chief of Game Mike Scott. Today, I'm seeking approval and direction from the commission to start the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. This program would be part of the larger sagebrush conservation initiative, and it would be consistent with the Nevada Wildlife Action Plan, Secretarial Order 3362, and the Nevada Department of Wildlife Management Plan for mule deer, which is somewhat outdated but still in place. I will briefly describe my vision for this program by describing the draft outline and how I perceive that it would work. Mule deer teams would be created based on the 15 Nevada Department of Wildlife game biologists' areas of responsibility. At the same time, there would be at the same time these mule deer teams are created, a higher level mule deer enhancement program oversight team would be created. So back on to the mule deer teams, each team member would independently rank the limiting factors on a scale of 1 to 5. That would be on this form, the mule deer limiting factor ranking sheet. With 5 being what they perceive as the most critical, and 1 being of concern but less critical, and a ranking of 0 would mean that limiting factor would not be an issue. So the rankings of all those team members would then be averaged to provide the team with a priority list of limiting factors that they believe need to be addressed. Each team would then use the needs assessment, which is the other form, to see what the recommended management action would be to address their highest ranking concerns. Each team, when they go through that process, then they would fill out a project proposal form that has yet to be developed. So I don't have that, but that would be for projects to address their highest ranking limiting factors. And then those would be submitted to the Mule Deer Enhancement Program Oversight Committee that I would assume would be created by the commission or the chair. The oversight committee would review all of the submitted project forms, prioritize those project proposals based on various sideboards, and I believe projects would be prioritized if they already have NEPA clearance, if they're adjacent to other completed projects, if they have multiple funding sources, multiple partners, if they're in crucial deer habitat, if they benefit multiple wildlife species, and so on. Project proposals, after they are prioritized, then would be submitted to the appropriate land managing agency or to NDOW or whatever entity had jurisdiction over that. Those would go there for their approval. And knowing that the NEPA process can take a long time to get through. So, you know, I want to start this program, but knowing that this may not happen fast. Some of it might be years out, but I do feel the urgency to start somewhere, to start doing something for the benefit of mule deer. As projects receive clearance from land managing agencies, we will seek funding from multiple sources, Heritage Fund, federal grants, our sportsman groups, and so on. From that point, we would begin implementing those projects and use various sources of labor, contractors, volunteers, agency personnel, and others. And lastly, I would say that monitoring of the projects going into the future is going to be very important to see what works and what doesn't. I believe we should have kind of a lessons learned document that everybody can access to see, you know, what we don't want to waste money on and what we want to continue. Obviously, I'm leaving out a lot of the details on this program. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I was hoping that staff specialist Cody Schroeder would be here today, but he's not available. But I would suggest that Director Wasley, Deputy Director Rob, Chief of Habitat Alan Janae, or Chief of Diversity Jen Newmark might be able to add further details. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. Questions for, okay, Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, my only question was, are current hunting unit groups the best way to assess limiting factors? Are there other delineations that may be better equipped to do so biologically speaking?
Through the chair, Commissioner Hubbs, I believe it is the best way to do it because the area game and habitat biologists and the CAB members, BLM biologists are pretty intimately familiar with their areas. So I would prefer to see the people that are on the ground in those areas making those decisions rather than somebody from a different part of the state.
No, it's not so much, I'm not getting at who's making the assessments. I guess what I'm saying is the hunt unit group the best group or group of a way to define the area in terms of understanding what's going on biologically with the populations? Like, should we look at other things? Like sometimes we look at watersheds, right? And things of that nature. So I guess what I'm saying is this might be conducive for hunters to know this, but maybe it's totally not looking at the entire perspective of the mule deer biology and the habitat it's honing into if we have artificial boundaries just simply by hunting group delineations.
So I might take a stab at that. So when we look at our hunt units and their origin, they were designed well before, you know, we had the advent of GPS technology, but they were designed to encompass the entire seasonal range requirements specifically for mule deer. They were designed to capture the summer range, transitional range, and winter range for mule deer. And as we look at other species and as elk populations were translocated and grew, and pronghorn have grown, and bighorn sheep, as you look at those hunt units, you'll see that the way that those quotas are assigned, it is really largely tied to that year-round biological habitat requirements for those species. And you'll see a much smaller unit per quota for bighorn sheep, for example, especially desert, because they're insular in their distribution and they're relegated to those mountaintops and that escape terrain, and they don't have that large area. But as we've learned with the advent of GPS technology, that maybe they weren't perfect, but it's amazing how good those areas actually do reflect the annual biological requirements of those species. And if we look at other things like sage grouse, and we look at the way that we manage and assess population trends and patterns in sage grouse, we use PMUs, a population management unit, which is essentially the exact same thing. We look at where their leks are, we look at where their nesting areas are, where their brood rearing areas are, and where their winter ranges are. And we let that define that population management unit. So I think it's a really good question to ask. But I think the answer is yes. And it's yes because the way that those areas were originally defined was based on the biological needs of those species and based on mule deer. And then it was after the fact that antelope, the pronghorn populations grew and elk populations were translocated and sheep. But those hunt units reflect the home ranges, the annual needs for those species as well.
That's good to know. But, interestingly, what's been coming up with the PMUs is that we're finding the sage grouse are moving, And so if we are open and aware of a fluid model when we are looking at hunt groups, because I'm thinking what you might see is overlap and maybe one area impacting the other area. And I'm sure the biologists will try to discern that when they're looking at it as to what is a limiting factor per hunting group. Because what I think might happen is similar to the PMUs where we're seeing the sage grouse kind of moving different leks, finding new areas. We're going to have overlap of the migratory behavior of the mule deer, and there could be limiting factors in one area that's affecting the adjacent area. I don't know. I'm just saying, are we looking at it from a bigger perspective too? Are we tracking movement, that type of thing?
And I think we are. And I think when we look at the PMUs for sage grouse, a lot of those boundaries follow ridge tops where it's not typically, as likely for sage grouse to go over the top of a mountain as it might be through a valley. And for sage grouse, there are certainly movements between leks within a PMU, but there's also a BSU, biologically significant unit. And it's as we've learned through GPS collaring and capture and recapture efforts and monitoring that we could better define the boundaries of both the PMU and the BSU, and then monitor trends within those areas. And when the agency first started to look at mule deer, we did track counts. We used tractors and pulled, made the sand flat, and then went out in pickups and looked for tracks to try to figure out movements. And the one thing that I think is truly amazing is just how accurate some of those early activities in the 1950s and 1960s were in delineating these hunt units, as well as determining population estimates, given the total lack of GPS and computers and models and helicopters and everything else that we employ now. But I think it's a good question, and I don't think we're so recalcitrant on it that we wouldn't modify boundaries. We have a process that comes before the commission anytime we need to adjust those boundaries. But I'm pretty confident that they are an accurate reflection of the overwhelming majority of the population in any hunt unit's seasonal needs. I don't know, Mike, how do you feel about that?
Well, it's a little bit arbitrary, but it does allow us to organize it in a way where we can organize teams that are responsible for a particular piece of Nevada. So, there's a trade-off there, and if you have better ideas, I'm certainly willing to consider them.
I don't think I have better ideas than the biologist at this point in time. I mean, if we're pretty sure, I guess my whole point is I was not 100% sure as to the accuracy of the hunt units. What I'm hearing is those hunt units were defined for movement in and of itself. So you feel like pretty much these are certain subsections of the mule deer population within those units.
They were specific, designed specific for mule deer, and then have been adopted for all other species. So it was mule deer was the species of consideration, you know, in their original creation.
Okay, other questions? Okay, I'll go Commissioner Keel and then Commissioner Perini.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Scott, just a couple questions. And first, I want to commend you guys for getting you and the department for getting this in front of us. I really think this is going to be a good project. The one question, and obviously you noted that, you know, once we get into NEPA and some of that implementation, it could be drug out for some time. But what would your goal be as far as timeline getting through, say, actions 1 through 5 on here? What's kind of your thoughts around that, Mike?
Through the chair, Commissioner Keel, I would like to get started as soon as possible and create these teams and start them looking at these matrices to go through and rank projects. You know, we can try to get more and more organized, but certainly some of these groups will be ahead of others. And you know, I don't know, I don't really have a very good answer for you, but I want to start now. And I would say maybe by the I don't know, the January meeting, maybe we would have an update where we could say, okay, yeah, everything's ready to go now. So I would say by January, we should be in pretty good shape.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. I mean, it's clear you guys have thought about this for a long time. I think the framework is really well put together, and I'm certainly supportive. So thank you and the department again.
Okay, Commissioner Perini.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have Scott Mark, Scott could, I wanted to have a few questions here I wanted to talk about. One of the things about what I'm reading on here and listening at the amount of deer, you know, how many deer have gone down as far as the number for Nevada. I remember way back in 1976, there was 80%, 80,000 deer that we had left. And at one time, within a period of about, I'm guessing way back when, way back in probably 5 to 10 years, it was up to 250,000. And was really poor back then in 1976 at that time, but it all went up the wrong way. And one of the reasons why they used it, you have a tag was just something you went to a store and got one and walked out, and that's one of the problems. Well, I thought about that stuff and thinking about that it's going down into 900,000, and that's, you know, 90,000, and it just bothers me a little bit that we're going downhill and not going back up. I think there's a lot of people in our communities around here would like to be part of that. And I think one of the things that we could do is to work together. You know, you ask a lot of the people that are really want to be hunters, want to do things, but nobody ever asks. And I think that's done in a lot of places, but in some respects, I think there's some information that we could all kind of come together and try to do the right things to see if we could make it better in the places that are no longer what it was. I look at the list of this entire thing here, of all the things that might be go forward with and what they wanted to see and all that sort of stuff. I think we need to do some what we can. I think everyone's kind of really bothered a lot. We're seeing it going down with population, not going up. People want to get their tags. Obviously, it's not as high numbers. But more importantly is there's so many people like with the Carson Valley Checker Foundation that I've worked at for 34 years, just as a volunteer. There was people always knocking on the door and saying, we'd like to do things to make it better. So what I'm trying to do with Mike Scott here, if I could ask him, is that we want to start this thing going somewhere in January or so, what do we work together with NDOW, getting people to come together to see what we're going to do.
Through the chair, Mike Scott for the record, Commissioner Perini, I think by having a lot of the sportsman's input into this process, and when we get approval for projects, a lot of those projects we probably would be asking for volunteers to assist with some of the, especially some of the habitat projects that we could do. So, you know, I feel part of this is a social aspect on building relationships with the cabs and local sportsmen. So I think if we can involve more people, we might build more support for it. I use the term start with a trickle and build into a flow, and hopefully someday it's a gush. But you know, I just feel the urgency to start somewhere.
I think so, and I think Mike also, it was a couple of years ago over here in Pine Neck Mountains, and one of the things that was happening was the amount of trees were absorbing all the water. The water was not coming out so the birds could see it, the deer and all that sort of stuff. And so they asked, your agency asked, if we would participate in that and knock some trees down in a certain location, clear it out more so the water is more flowing better. And hopefully that we get better kind of animals happier. And so, you know, I think there's a lot of places that we could do. And I see the guzzlers would be a thing to maybe continue also, wouldn't you? Think do that, or are you not going to really do guzzlers, or is that an increase in that, or trying problems with water? No.
Mike Scott for the record, with respect to the chair, Commissioner Perini, no, I two things that you said with regard to pinyon juniper. In my background right here is Lincoln County, where I was a biologist for about 15 years, and pinyon juniper invasion through all of central Nevada, I believe, is a major limiting factor for mule deer. So yeah, I totally agree that pinyon juniper projects are very important. And also with respect to water developments, I spent 10 years on the Northern Nevada Water Development Project at the beginning of my career. I'm adamantly in support of water development. I think we can do a lot of work there, not just with guzzlers, but there's a lot of other existing water sources that we could probably tap into that might be a very good way to add water without actually having to go through the entire NEPA process or spend $30,000 to $40,000 on a new water development, a new guzzler project, when there's potentially other water sources around.
Well, I can tell you this, I think, Mike, that's right on target. I think that's perfect. What you're doing there, I think, is a real positive thing, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McNinch and then Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mike, first of all, I think this is it's been a long time coming, and I really appreciate you taking it on. It's a big project and a lot of moving parts for sure, but I know you're up for it, and I know that you lived it over there in Lincoln County for a long time. So I know that you've got a real diverse experience just being in that area alone. So I guess I have some questions. You know, how if you have someone in County A that wants to, or in Area A that wants to participate in a process for Area B, what does that look like? I mean, is there going to be an issue of, and I'm not talking just sportsmen, I'm talking about anybody that wants to get involved. How do you see that process working?
For the record, Mike Scott, through the chair, Commissioner McNinch, I guess these meetings, the meetings that would be held would be public meetings. Now, the way that I am envisioning the creation of the teams is that I think we should have our regional supervising game and habitat biologists work with the chairman of each wildlife advisory board to create those teams. When they have meetings, if somebody in an adjacent county or another county it has interest in that, they may not actually be a member of the mule deer enhancement program team, but they certainly could provide input and attend those meetings where they could offer their expertise or their thoughts to the members of the team.
Okay, that's what I'm good. Yeah, that's why I'm asking the questions, is just conceptually I'm filling in blanks right now, so I appreciate that. How do you see the conversation being framed? 15 years ago, Tony put together a very substantial mule deer bulletin, and it helped really frame some of the thought processes or conversations. It didn't necessarily lead anybody off of their convictions or their values or anything like that, but it laid out, hey, you want to know about mule deer? Here's a bulletin. This is what we've experienced in Nevada. Commissioner Perini mentioned the substantial numbers at one point in time versus where we're at now, and kind of laid out some of the theories and some of the reasons why that occurred. And is there any plan to incorporate the mule deer bulletin or something similar to kind of establish a groundwork or a base to work from in this process?
For the record, Mike Scott, Commissioner McNinch, being that document that Director Wasley created is a excellent document, and it's still very pertinent, and it should be, everybody should read that and look at what he did. At the same time, or right around the same time, we all, as area biologists, we all wrote area plans, or I believe they were area plans for mule deer, but due to some changes in personnel and things, those were never really implemented. So a lot of that information is out there and would be a very valuable resource for these groups to look at, and they might be able to help them guide some of their project proposals.
Okay, good. And I was thinking something similarly with, I wasn't specifically thinking of the plans that you guys developed out in your respective regions, but it did cross my mind. So you would probably be looking at the wildlife action plan, things that might be in there as well.
For the record, Mike Scott, Commissioner McNinch, absolutely. And Diversity Chief Jen Newmark is much more familiar with the wildlife action plan than I am, but I have looked through it and made sure that for the most part, the ranking sheet, everything is kind of parallel to the wildlife action plan and consistent with it.
Yeah, and I think going the other way, this is a great opportunity to add value to that too, with the work that's being done, things that are identified that might, considering that it's going to be going through a revision here. I guess some of my questions are really founded on some of the comment that I've received I think there's a little skepticism with respect to where it'll go eventually, and how that gets tempered. And this goes back to, involving variety, a diverse interest group, diverse interests. So I know you've got your hands full, and I just wanted to ask those couple of questions. I can see your vision a little bit better, and I really hope that this takes flight, and I hope it has I hope the energy is maintained behind it. I think conceptually it's a really good place to go, and I know it'll take time, and I know that you realize that, but I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes, and hopefully it'll help us build some coalitions, maybe some unusual coalitions like we're seeing with the wild horse stuff that haven't existed before. Maybe this is an opportunity for that, and maintain relevancy. I think it helps with that in some fashion, and I look forward to seeing it move forward.
Great. Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add a little bit in response to Dave's question about opportunities for engagement or how broad. So I mean, I think there's two things about this effort that Mike's talking about that are unique and new. One is that it's really a coordinated collaboration concept, that it's coordinating Wildlife Action Plan, which covers the sagebrush biome and covers mule deer. Mike referenced secretarial orders. There's the Western Governors Association, a number of resolutions from Western governors. There's a strategic habitat framework that our agency has. So there's a strategic habitat framework and habitat. Now we're talking about a mule deer conservation initiative in game. We have a state wildlife action plan in diversity. But so often what happens is we look at conservation as a 1,000 random acts of conservation kindness, and we do one thing over here and another thing over there. And so this is a coordinated collaboration. Let's take advantage of these other places and other plans. This isn't the end all be all for conservation in Nevada. And at the same time that we're, Mike's talking about, launching this effort, Jen Newmark and the Diversity Division is launching a state wildlife action plan revision process. There are other places, there is no one place where that public input is going to drive a singular vision of the agency, which kind of takes me to the second point that's unique about this opportunity that Mike's talking about, and that's stakeholder engagement. And so not only, there's a lot of these ideas, these things. We're developing waters. We're knocking down encroached pinyon juniper. We're treating invasive species. We're doing post-fire re-veg. All those have a benefit for mule deer, but let's do it in a coordinated way across Diversity Division, Habitat Division, consistent with secretarial orders and Western Governors Association resolutions, with significant stakeholder engagement through the cabs, through interested public, and let's take it all, do it coordinated so that we're not in 1,000 boats rowing different directions, but we're all rowing the same direction and have the greatest likelihood to provide a benefit to conservation. There are 360 plus species that depend on the sagebrush ecosystem. Mule deer happen to be one of them. If mule deer are a beneficiary of some of these efforts, I guarantee there'll be a whole host of other species. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm really in support of this, and I was going to make a comment on a lot of the stuff that Tony just touched on as far as habitat stuff. So thanks, Tony, for saying what I was wanting to say. I am going to say that I really appreciate, Mike, you including the cabs. I think that's really a good step with getting the local involvement. And as we look at the limiting factors, limiting factor in Southern Elko County may be different than one in Northern Elko County, which could be different than Lincoln County. Some of them may end up being the same, but each unit is going to be different. And I think that's important to get the local input to look at those differences. And then you mentioned the monitoring portion of this, and I think that's really important and many times is underestimated, because things change. We're in a constant state of change. And so what may be a limiting factor now in 5 to 10 years may not be a limiting factor anymore, and it could be something different. So I think the monitoring portion is really important, and I'm glad that's included. I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to being involved in supporting this.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, I just want to provide my endorsement for it. I think it hits the nail on the head. I think the program has been much needed. I think that going through the cabs, I think the cabs are looking forward to it. As we traveled around the states, one of the benefits of traveling around the states is you realize that there's much different problems in different areas, and those problems have different solutions. So I think it's a great thing to to undertake. I think it is a large undertaking for sure. And I think when we get all the results, it'll be another large undertaking in prioritizing which projects move forward first. So again, thank you very much. I thanks for bringing this forward. I'm in full endorsement of it.
Great. Anybody else? I had a chance to visit with Game Administrator Scott this week, and we spent about an hour on the phone, and I apologize for the amount of time I took, but I wanted to walk through every step of this. And as you all know, I have been kind of harping on our mule deer population here in Washoe County for quite some time. The last 3 years I've been on the commission. And so I was thrilled to see this. And I know that the problems that we have in one part of the state are not the same as the others. And so I really commend him for putting together such a thorough outline and as you mentioned, someone mentioned framework, utilizing our CABs, our public, our NGOs, our sportsmen's groups, anybody that really wants to get involved and in a cohesive and collaborative manner to get out and really evaluate our issues and our problems and come back so that we can start creating some solutions and really making an effort to see this trend that's been on the decline for so long start trending back up. And Mike and I have that goal, that same goal in mind. So like I said earlier, I am so excited about this. I couldn't wait to get to this part of the agenda today. I wish it had been earlier, but Mike, what would you like from us? Do you need a motion? Do you need a blessing? What do you need from us? I think we're all in agreement. I know we need to take this out to public comment because it's for possible action, but is that what you'd like to see from us as a motion to support?
For the record, Mike Scott, Madam Chair, I guess I would ask for 3 things from the commission. Direction to go forward with this or approval of this project, direction to create the mule deer teams, and then for you to create the mule deer enhancement program. I'm calling it an oversight committee, but for you to create that as a committee, and then we would assist with selection of members for that committee based on everybody that we feel would be important to have included.
Okay. Great. So I think with that, we'll take it out for public comment. If no one else has comments, we'll give it a couple of minutes and then we'll come back and see what we can do for a motion. How about that? So it's 3:30. I'll give it 5 minutes. 3:35, we'll come back. Thanks. Okay, it's 3:35. Everybody's back. In a second. Mike, not Mike. Okay. I'll read a couple of these public comment items. We only had 3, but one of them's pretty long. From Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. The Washoe Cab enthusiastically supports this program. We have been wanting something like this done for some time to address the dramatic decline in our deer herd, especially in the northwest portion of the state. Most of the items in the limiting factor ranking sheet should already be known from the great work the department is currently doing. This should be provided at the outset of the program to speed up the implementation of a management action plan. We do ask that this doesn't become another endless discussion around what is wrong with our deer herd and hope for a speedy implementation of the recommendations. Some of the items that may be identified as limiting factors will also be difficult to remedy. Topics such as predator control and feral horses can be controversial, but must be addressed if we have any chance at returning our deer herds to healthy, sustainable populations. For example, if it is found that feral horses are a limiting factor, we hope the department has the political will to force the Nevada Department of Agriculture and BLM to follow the Wild Horse and Burro Act as it is written. Washoe residents and CAB have been yelling the loudest over the last several years regarding our deer herd. We also commit to helping the most to research, work on, and implement this important program. We would like to thank the department for proposing this and look forward to working hard on this with you. Thank you. From Mike Reese, the bleeding needs to be stopped, and the Clark Cab is very excited that Mr. Scott is proposing a program of this magnitude, and we want to first thank him for his efforts. Secondly, we want to be involved as volunteers and are sure many NGOs will help support with time, labor, and funds. Please pass this program. Mike Reese has asked to play a big part in this program. And from Corey Lytle, Lincoln County Cab. I appreciate the intent and direction for this proposed program. The basic team and needs assessment process should be a positive and consistent approach to the actual on-the-ground projects that most sportsmen and women want to see. I believe the needs assessment framework will also provide a higher quality tool in identifying, prioritizing, and categorizing projects. There needs to be an emphasis on both new projects as well as maintenance on existing projects. Thanks for this. Let's make it happen. And from Jim Cooney, let's move this idea forward. From Rex Flowers, I greatly appreciate the concept and am hoping this can move forward soon. I realize we cannot undo what has happened as of late, but without this first step, nothing can be accomplished. The management of wildlife and keeping their existence into perpetuity is the foremost responsibility of all of us. And that is it for public comment. So I'll bring it back to all of you. Any thoughts or discussion before we make a potential motion? Commissioner Hubbs?
Today, so what I'm hearing is that we may want to set up a committee. Is that right, Madam Chairwoman, that we would do a committee on this issue, or we're going to actually pass what? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, so before the quick public comment break, Game Division Administrator Mike Scott suggested 3 things: that they would like direction to move forward, direction to create the teams that will fill out the framework and these evaluation sheets. They may have to do field trips, whatever they need to do to complete those documents. And then we as the commission, or I will work with the department to assist with creating a mule deer enhancement kind of oversight committee that can then, I assume, make some decisions down the road. Yes, so, okay. So those are the 3 things they need from us. Yes, Commissioner Hubbs?
Just one more question. So if we make a motion to move forward and start to select these teams, is that putting the cart before the horse with the oversight committee, or should we do this all in tandem?
Mr. Scott, do you have any thoughts on that? Commissioner McNinch apparently does.
I don't know. I don't think that it matters. You know, I'm prepared to make a motion when you're ready, but I don't think it really matters. I think that we're at a ground level, and you know, if they're just moving along simultaneously, I think that there's a point where if you don't have one in place, obviously it's a problem. But I think that this initial phase, I think things will happen fairly quickly, and you know, if we have one go in front of the other for a few days or a month or whatever, I don't think it's a big deal. But I think we do need to get these teams in place. That is something so that Mike can move forward. But it'll be a little while before things are too much is brought to a committee. But I think that that's going to happen fairly quickly too. So.
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Lynch. McNinch. Changing names and everything.
Middle name does start with an L.
I think the teams, gathering those teams is going to take a little bit of time. And so I think if we can give him that direction today to get those started, give him some forward direction, and then work on an oversight committee that can work in tandem. I think by January, things are going to be humming along together. So, or back to us, I would hope. So any other thoughts, questions before I let Mr. McNinch make a motion? Okay, go for it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll make a motion that we endorse, approve, whatever fits the need. The concept of developing this mule deer enhancement program, the creation of mule deer teams through Chief Scott and his staff, and the development of those teams, and requesting that the chair of the Wildlife Commission establish a mule deer enhancement program committee to help oversee per the concepts in the outline.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second. Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner McNinch to move forward with the mule deer enhancement program, providing the direction to the department to create the teams, develop the program, and give the chair the authority to move forward with the department to create an oversight committee. So that's from Commissioner McNinch, and a second from Commissioner Olmberg.
And it's more of a request to establish a committee. You have the authorities.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to paraphrase.
I know you're doing a great job today. You really are.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand with an aye motion. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay. We'll move on with Mr. Scott to agenda item number 13, big game season setting. Game Division Administrator Mike Scott, informational. A presentation will be given demonstrating the need for the Game Division to begin working with the county advisory boards to recommend changes to big game seasons. Big game seasons will be set in January 2021 for the 2021-22 and 2022-23 seasons. Starting the process now may reduce the time spent discussing changes to the proposed seasons during the January Wildlife Commission meeting. Mr. Scott. You're on mute.
I was hoping I wouldn't do that today. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Chief of Game Mike Scott. We set seasons on a biennial basis, big game seasons, where in odd years we make larger changes, and in even years we limit the changes to smaller fixes if we find issues with the seasons that we've already set. This suggestion came from staff biologist Cody McKee. He is our elk staff biologist, and He has some real challenges because he has so many elk seasons. And so this came from him, which is why I'm presenting it to you today. The season setting meeting, they can be pretty challenging with some of our recommendations that may not be supported by the county game boards. When we get to the January meeting, there's times that we make a small change and it causes a whole lot of problems. So there's times that January season setting meeting becomes kind of a marathon. And the game division, we try to recommend standardized seasons as much as possible, but almost every biologist and almost every county have legitimate reasons why they may choose to vary from standardized seasons. So my thought is that I'd like to begin working with the cabs in the near future to begin working through this season setting process instead of waiting until January and then having to endure that marathon commission meeting and lots of disagreements and things like that. Already we have received several suggestions for season changes or additions. And we also have some suggestions that we'd like to propose to the cabs for their thoughts. I don't necessarily want to get into those details today, but I just want to inform the commission that it's my intention to direct the game division to begin working with the cabs in the near future so that we can work together to agree to new or different season structures and hopefully have a template by January. Hopefully by doing this, the January commission meeting might be a 5K rather than a marathon. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Scott? Wow. You've done such a great job. Everyone agrees. Okay. Oh, Vice Chair Barnes.
No question, just a comment. I just want to again thank Mike for the work that he's doing and appreciate his involvement in the cabs because I really believe in the cab process. So just wanted to thank Mike again for all his efforts.
Thank you. I would ditto that. Okay, seeing no comments, I think this is informational. We don't need to take this out for comments, so I think we'll move on. Whew. Agenda item 14. Future commission meetings and commission committee assignments, Secretary Wasley and Chairman for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for September 25 and 26, 2020 in Las Vegas. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the time and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments as necessary at this meeting. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of the specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Secretary Wasley, do you have any items for agenda?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the first item is really going to be the location. When I read September 25th and 26th, I logically think, oh, that's a long time from now. And then I realize we're in mid-August and that's like 5 weeks. So we're going to need to make that decision sooner than later. I think we are getting more adept and more comfortable in this venue, but if at all possible, I think it's more productive to meet in person. I don't know that Vegas is an ideal location in which for that to occur. And so that's just something that the commission can discuss and decide. But it is something that we're going to need to decide in the relatively near future. The other thing that I wanted to point out is, so normally this August meeting is the meeting where we have the CAB workshop. And because we're not meeting in person in Elko, we removed that from the agenda. And it is now kind of just hanging out there to, at whatever point the commission desires or the CAB's desire, we can have that CAB workshop. And we can even use that CAB workshop to combine, you know, an opportunity to solicit engagement for some of the mule deer stuff that Mike just spoke to. It's whatever the commission's determination is there. But I did want to make you aware that it was supposedly supposed to be scheduled in August, but we didn't have it. So know that at any future point that you want to call for that, or you see a need that can be addressed through that, we'll stand ready to support that. The September meeting, typically two things that occur there annually. The first is the fishing regulations, which are set in odd number of years and then amended in even number of years, much like the process that Game Division Administrator Scott referenced with respect to big game seasons. Fishing regulations are set in the odd years and then amended, you know, tweaked in even number of years. So I don't know if fisheries has specific amendments they're seeking, but that would be one of the two main orders of business for the September meeting. And the other is just a report, the Wildlife Trust Fund report that can be done in September or November, December, just before the end of the year. Certainly that would be an easy report to give virtually if in fact that's where we went. We would have possible CGR workshop for NAC 501 and 502, depending on the Regulation Simplification Committee meeting decisions. And then AFWA report, much like we had the WAFWA report today, and we will make all the commissioners aware of the time and links to register for that in case there isn't an interest in that. We have a possible petition and appeal hearing depending on the location of the meetings. We have some appellants and petitioners that are kind of hanging out there in the wings, and we typically will let them decide if and when they want to do that based on the location of the meeting. And so right now, I think that concludes the items that I have on my list for potential agenda items for that September meeting, wherever it occurs.
Okay, great. And I don't have anything just yet, but I might. So we can work together on that. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, we've got a legislative year coming up. So who knows what that's going to look like, but it's probably not too early. If, you know, I mentioned wildlife management area fees. That takes a statutory change, I believe. And I really do think that we should at least talk about it. You know, I understand the concerns of some folks, but on the other hand, you know, had we been doing it for the last 20 years, that probably would have been $3 million worth of fees at a very small number each year in matching funds. You know, I think that it's worth talking about it. It lays the expectations that these things aren't free, that there are others paying for it, and that it's okay for everybody to chip in. And I think it's worth talking about and seeing where it goes from there, but probably sooner than later, since by the time the next meeting rolls around, it'll be November, and things start happening by then. So
That is true. Okay, thank you for that feedback. Anything else, Secretary Wasley? Do we need to take this particular agenda item out to public comment? We have public comment coming up. This is informational, so I'm not sure.
I don't believe so. It's Craig Burkett.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Craig. Okay. All right, if there's nothing else for agenda item number 14, we'll move on to agenda item number 15, which is public comment. Persons wishing to speak are requested to complete a speaker's card, well, we don't have those, and present it to the recording secretary. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. A recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comment will be shared with the commission. So it's 3:55. I'll give it 3 minutes. So 3:58, we'll come back in and finish up. Okay, everybody, it's 3:58. And we have been at this all day. Get everybody back and then we'll adjourn our meeting. Here we are. Okay, we have no public comment on agenda item number 15. So with that, I thank you all so much for everything today. It's been, I know I started out a bit rough, but I think I got better as the day went, and it'll just get more comfortable as I go. So I appreciate your support and look forward to seeing everyone in September, if not before. So we'll be adjourned until September. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.